the 2016 annual session as it appears on the order paper today. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of ad hoc committee to inquire in terms of section 15A1B of the Broadcasting Act number 4 of 1999 into the ability of the South African Broadcasting Corporation Board to discharge its duties as prescribed in the Act.
The Honorable V.G. Smith.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, comrades, let us take this opportunity to thank the general public for the interest shown in the work of this ad hoc committee. We also wish to thank those witnesses who participated, as well as the committee staff for their professional support. Lastly, let me thank all members of the ad hoc committee for the teamwork and determination. We always knew that this task was going to feel like a marathon. We also always knew that the work would test our physical and emotional endurance to the very limit. It is our humble view that the ad hoc committee, through its work, contributed in a small way towards further restoring the dignity and the respect of this august House. Honorable Speaker and members, the primary mandate given to the ad hoc committee was to ascertain the fitness or otherwise of the board. The starting point had to be whether the SABC board members exercise their fiduciary duties, the very sure that the SABC of tomorrow is in a better place than the SABC of today. Speaker, the SABC board was dysfunctional and incorrect at the time that the ad hoc committee commenced its work. In reporting back to this House, we recommend that the National Assembly formally dissolve the SABC board, including the three executive board members. Speaker, Section 55(2)(a) of the Constitution is very clear in as far as it's obligatory for the National Assembly to provide for mechanisms to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it. And furthermore, Honorable Speaker, Section 56 states that the National Assembly may summons any person to appear before it to give evidence on oath or affirmation, as well as to produce documents. Speaker and honorable members, from the very beginning of the work of the ad hoc committee, the then chairperson of the SABC board and the SABC executive directors and management displayed behavior in total disregard to these sections of the Constitution. Members of this House were told that they are not fit to exercise oversight over the SABC because members were biased or had already arrived at a predetermined outcome. The then SABC chairperson went as far as taking the National Assembly to court in an attempt to frustrate or delay this House from exercising its constitutional obligation. Speaker, in an unprecedented act of defiance of the Constitution and the rules of the National Assembly, the then chairperson, accompanied by executive management of the SABC, walked out of a parliamentary committee session and went out to tell South Africa and the world that the work of the ad hoc committee and by extension the work of the National Assembly was tantamount to a kangaroo court. Honorable members, it is our view that the National Assembly and indeed Parliament can never again allow this level of undermining to reoccur. Speaker, at its 53rd conference, the ANC resolved that a stable corporate governance mechanism is required to provide long-term stability. This includes strengthening the SABC's accountability to Parliament, to the shareholder, and to the public, and that the public ownership of the SABC is central to its existence and its sustainability. Speaker, in the 4 years since this resolution was adopted, we have seen at least 3 SABC boards, at least 4 group chief executive officers. In this period, the SABC has been plagued by many challenges, including divisions at board level. Human resource management and compliance with policy is almost non-existent, as can be seen by the high number of CCMA and Labour Court challenges that the SABC has faced and lost at a very high cost. Members, this leadership instability has a direct bearing on the demise of good corporate governance within the institution. As can be seen in the Auditor General report, irregular expenditure amounting to 5.1 billion rand and fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 92.8 million indicates the extent of the problem. As we stand here today, Madam Speaker, the SABC has an acting chief executive officer, an acting chief financial officer, and an acting chief operating officer. This state of affairs cannot be allowed to continue. Speaker, the SABC must have a credible accounting authority, which is in line with the Public Broadcasting Act, the Public Finance Management Act, and the Companies Act. The ad hoc committee recommends that the process of appointing an interim board and eventually a permanent board must be expedited. Honorable Speaker and members, the Bill of Rights in Section 16 guarantees freedom of expression, which includes freedom of the press and other media, as well as freedom to receive or impart information and ideas. The services expected of the SABC are at the very center of our constitutional democracy. And as a public broadcaster, the SABC is the supreme vehicle through which the very important provisions as enshrined in our Bill of Rights must become reality, enjoyed and experienced by all South Africans. Honorable members, significant entry barriers remain in place in the commercial broadcasting sector. Efforts to regulate the sector, to enforce effective competition has not produced the desired results. It is recommended by the ad hoc committee that any SABC contract that seeks to do business with its competitors must be reviewed. Speaker, the SABC has a footprint that covers every corner of the country and is accessible to South Africans from every walk of life, the majority of whom are the working class and the lower income groups, including pensioners and the aged, both black and white. With this as a background, we raise serious concerns around the fact that the 24-hour news channel and the ENCO channel are only available on pay TV. This has the effect of excluding many South Africans on the basis of affordability. The SABC is a national asset and also a national key point, and therefore must at all times be managed by competent and appropriately skilled women and men who are adequately vetted in order to mitigate against obvious state security exposure. Speaker, those given the task and responsibility of managing this very important asset on behalf of South Africans must be beyond reproach and must be held to the highest level of accountability. Finally, Speaker and honorable members, this inquiry took place with maximum transparency. It took place with absolute fairness and consistency. Of course, Speaker and honorable members, like in all aspects of life, there will be those who support the product of this ad hoc committee, and likewise, there will be those that criticize or reject our report. Notwithstanding the criticism, we take solace from the words uttered from this very podium on the 26th of March 1999 during his farewell speech to Parliament. Madiba said, and I quote, "I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all parties represented in this Parliament for their contribution to the progress we have made. Though we have our differences, often important and sometimes profound, we have as a collective demonstrated our overriding commitment to the new order that we have together established. We have ensured that this Parliament is no rubber stamp in the hands of government and given birth to a new democratic political culture," close quotes. Madam Speaker, the ad hoc committee remained true to the sentiments echoed by President Mandela. And with that, on behalf of the ad hoc committee, we table the report published on the 27th of February for your consideration and adoption. I thank you.
The Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the outset, let me thank the Chair of the Ad hoc Committee, Honourable Smith, for the manner in which he chaired the committee. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you. Millions of South Africans tuned in to see how Parliament was going to save the SABC, and many were surprised at how MPs from across the political spectrum held the Minister and board members to account. In the main, political differences were put aside for the good of the people, and I want to thank all my colleagues on the committee for that. Speaker, the 82-page report has all the ingredients of a Shakespeare tragedy, from treachery, corruption, deceit, intimidation, abuse of power, trickery, and sheer greed, with a modern twist of communications being intercepted by the State Security Agency. The main characters in this tragedy are the Minister of Communications, Honourable Faith Mtambi, and Mr. Shladi Motsaneng, likened to Lady Macbeth and Lord Macbeth, with the journalists and staff being their victims. Both the Minister and Mr. Mshladi believed that the SABC was their own fiefdom to do as they pleased to further a broader political agenda. Their reign of terror was aided and abetted by some, but not all, the members of the board, the company secretary, and by the majority of MPs serving on the Communications Portfolio Committee. I am proud to state that DA MPs did everything in their power to expose the minister's blatant abuse of power. In addition, she committed perjury by giving the committee false evidence while under oath. This, Madam Speaker, is of such serious nature that criminal charges must be brought against the minister. But let's start at the beginning of the minister's term of office back in 2014, where on the 26th of September, the minister signed a Memorandum of Incorporation, the MOI, for the SABC. This MOI, as the Honourable Davis pointed out on the 8th of February, in a letter to the then board chairperson, Professor Mugabe, would destroy the independence of the public broadcaster and would waiver the requirement for the board to advertise and shortlist candidates who apply for the CEO position and the COO position. Paragraph 912 states, and I'm quoting, "During her evidence, the minister insisted that amendments to the MOI were effected in accordance with both the Broadcasting Act and the Companies Act. She stated that although legislation did not require her to do so, the minister had consulted the board on the amendments as a courtesy before they were submitted to the Companies and Intelligent Property Commission, commonly known as SIPCO. She also briefed the Portfolio Committee on the MOI in June 2015. According to the minister, neither the board nor the Portfolio Committee had raised any reservations about the impact of the amendments or the manner in which they were processed," close quotes. Let us unpack the paragraph. No MOI, I repeat, no MOI was ever submitted to SIPCO. The ad hoc committee asked SIPCO for proof of any submission by the minister, which they failed to provide because there simply wasn't any. And it's a pity the minister's not even here today. With regards to the minister's statement that neither the board nor the portfolio committee had raised any reservations about the impact of the amended MOI, well, the facts speak for themselves, Minister. The minutes of the board meeting clearly show that some board members did have reservations with regards to the MOI. And as far as the portfolio committee minutes are concerned, the DA's Honourable Davis, as well as the COPE MPs and the EFF MPs, all raised reservations. So why the lies, Minister? Well, I can answer that for you. You knew that the amendments to the MOI, probably assisted by Mr. Motsoeneng, were a transgression of the Broadcasting Act. And in fact, in the report, we state that the MOI signed in October 2014, as well as the proposed amendments to the Broadcasting Act, demonstrate efforts to concentrate power in the ministry by curtailing and removing the powers of both the board as the accounting authority and Parliament's role in the appointment and removal of non-executive board members. It also strips the board of its role in the appointment of executives. So what the minister was trying to do was remove Parliament out of the equation and silence us and do what she pleased with the board of the SABC. In addition, paragraph 2322 states that the committee also notes from board minutes of a meeting that took place on the 7th of July 2014, the minister may have directly or indirectly pressurized the board to appoint Mr. Motsoeneng in the COO position. Was it coincidental that the minister just happened to be lurking in the passages of the SABC at 11 o'clock at night on the very night that the board decided to appoint Mr. Motsoeneng as a COO? I think not. She was there to put pressure on the board to do her bidding. And despite the public protector having found adverse findings against Mr. Motsoeneng, the minister still found it fit not to advertise the position of COO and to appoint him into that position without having the necessary qualifications. Shame on you, Minister. The Speaker, the ad hoc committee found that the minister displayed incompetence in carrying out her responsibilities. In addition, the minister interfered in some of the board's decision-making processes. The report recommends that given the minister's violations, Parliament must refer these violations of the Constitution, the Privileges Act, the Executive Code of Ethics, and the Broadcasting Act to the Ethics Committee and the Presidency for processing. In fact, we call on the President to reconsider her position in the Cabinet. As the Executive Members Ethics Act dictates that the Public Protector investigate any violations, we, the DA, will write to the Public Protector for such an investigation. In conclusion, Speaker, the late, great George Michael said, we've got to have faith. Unfortunately, the DA no longer has faith in Minister Mutambi, and she must be fired. I thank you very much, and the DA supports the report.
The Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me greet the leadership of the EFF, in particular the TG and the DSG. Look, Speaker, the problems of the SABC are symptomatic of a fascist and apartheid state that believes that the state must colonize and control national communications for purposes of sowing propaganda and for consolidating power. It is an ideology that has its roots in Hitler's Third Reich with his minister Joseph Goebbels. That's where it comes from. So what happens is that the SABC is being used to control national journalistic practices, to control programming, and to control culture and entertainment for purposes of narrow propaganda. We saw what happened at the Metro FM Awards with Mabala Noise, the corrupt Mabala Noise. So fundamentally, at the heart of the problems of the SABC is that it's being used to undermine democracy and to fight internal battles of the SABC. This is what we heard in the evidence given to the ad hoc committee. We heard that it was used to stifle election campaigns for opposition parties, in particular the EFF. We heard that it was used to elevate individuals within the ANC in order to fight for the soul of the ANC. We heard that it was used as a tool of a much larger scheme of handing over state-owned entities to the corrupt family of the Guptas. But the report fails to place the SABC saga at the heart of the state capture. the EFF made the point that the report must make the point that the SABC was at the heart of state capture. However, the report does make some key interventions. First, it identifies governance failures of the SABC, including the fiasco caused by the incompetent Minister Mutambi, who failed to steer the entity in the interest of South African public. It recommends that, that criminal prosecutions of corrupt individuals in the entity, and most importantly, the recommendation to the president to fire the incompetent minister who is not here today. We sincerely hope that the president will set aside his factional and self-enrichment interests and do the right thing for once in his life. The EFF supports the report in the interest...
Point of order, Chair.
What is the point of order? Please take your seat, Honorable Mokoena.
According to Rule 85, when the member is going to make allegations to the president or to the member of this house, must make it through the substantive motion. So he cannot say the president is corrupt or is doing this thing without putting it on the table. Thank you.
That point of order is sustained. Honorable Mokoena, you of course know this, that if you are going to make, I'm just on the floor, Honorable
Speaker,
Ndlozi.
can
I am
ask you to
speaking, Honorable
consider
Ndlozi.
our
I am
intervention
speaking,
before the
Honorable
rule, because
Ndlozi. Take
Honorable
your seat.
Mokoena did not say such
Take
things.
your seat. I am on the floor. Honorable Mokoena, I am addressing you. Would you like to withdraw what you said or submit what allegations you are making through a substantive motion?
Chair, a substantive motion was tabled to this house.
No, I'm talking about now. I'm talking about right now, in terms of what you've said right now. Could you please withdraw?
Is the chair saying that I must submit a substantive motion now?
No, I'm not
What are you
saying you
saying?
must submit a substantive motion now. I'm
Yes.
saying withdraw what you said.
No,
If
because
you don't want to withdraw, then the alternative you have is to then come back with a substantive motion.
But Speaker,
No, I
please,
don't want to interact with you. I don't want us to have a dialogue.
okay, no, that's fine. I withdraw.
Okay. Okay, proceed.
It recommends that criminal prosecutions of corrupt individuals in the entity, most importantly, it recommends that the minister must fire, the president must fire Minister Mutambi, who is incompetent. The EFF supports the report in the interest of rebuilding the SABC and its governance. We support the report in the interest of rebuilding and restoring our constitutional democracy. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The SABC is today a cautionary tale replete with all the high drama and trappings that could easily make up a complex thriller in one of the many fictional movies on its channels. It is a tale of unchecked greed, power, corruption, mismanagement, incapacity, incompetence, irregularity, and unlawfulness, and no respect whatsoever for remedial action as prescribed by the Public Protector. Honorable Speaker, it finds itself today in an almost crippling state, in which there is no silver bullet or universal panacea that can be applied to return its operations to that of a healthy and well-functioning corporate entity. It will require concerted effort, time, energy, resources, and continuous oversight by the department and this Parliament to ensure its eventual return to a model of good corporate governance and profit, whilst at the same time serving the broadcasting needs of all South Africans. Honorable Speaker, aside from its current status quo of abysmal operational, financial, and management defects, it is also straying with wanton impunity from the reserve of its founding charter. One example being its defiance of the corporation's code of practice in ensuring that its services provide for the equitable treatment of all segments of the South African population. and another being that it must provide for a wide range of audience interests, beliefs, and perspectives. The ultra vires decision in respect of the 9010 content being played on SABC channels has in some instances alienated large sections of listener bases and is not only contrary to the express mandate as contained in the code, but also detrimental to the SABC as advertising revenues have tapered off, with business no longer being able to satisfactorily reach certain target audiences. Honorable Speaker, evidence before the committee and as stated in our report will show that the current Minister of Communications has not fulfilled her mandate as required by the Act. In certain instances, it seems that she has gone way beyond what was required of her and exerted undue pressure on the board and management to take decisions which one cannot be proud of. It is for this reason, amongst others, that as the IFP, supported by all the members, our report recommends that the President seriously consider removing the current minister from this portfolio. Senior positions also, Madam Speaker, must be filled with suitably qualified and experienced individuals, and the work of rebuilding the image and services of the public broadcaster must begin de novo. The lesson we've learned from this, Honorable Speaker, in the last few seconds I have, is that the keen interest that the public have taken in ad hoc committees like Nkandla and SABC behoves us as Parliament and all the committees to ensure that we use Rule 167 and have more of these kind of protracted hearings into organizations like ESCOM, SASA, SAA, amongst others. I think it will do governance good in South Africa, and it will serve the interests of the public well, and this Parliament can then hold its head up high. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Kubisa.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable members, the National Freedom Party welcomes the comprehensive report of the ad hoc committee established to inquire into the fitness of the board tabled here today. Perhaps it's important, Honorable Speaker, that one refers briefly to the terms of reference. Terms of reference for inquiry were wide-ranging, yet very specific. Among others, the committee had to interrogate the SABC's financial status and sustainability. The response of the SABC to the Public Protector report, the SABC response to recent court judgments affecting it, and the response of the SABC to Icasa ruling against the decision of the broadcaster to ban coverage of violent protest. Furthermore, the committee was tasked to investigate the current board's ability to take the legal binding decisions following the resignation of a number of non-executives. The board's adherence to the Broadcasting Charter, the board's ability to carry out its duties as contemplated in the Broadcasting Act, and several human resource-related matters such as governance, structures, appointment of executives, and the termination of services of the affected executives. As the report confirms, each and every one of these terms of reference were broken and violated by the SABC board. And the NFB believes that there needs to be consequences for that. Professor Magube and his entourage left us and he went to address the media, and he put the whole thing in disdain. In all fairness, Honorable Speaker, the board, I must say, it inherited some of the problems before. The board inherited an SABC which had become a terrain of political contestation, an organization where a total disregard and violation of governance has become the norm and the order of the day, where fiduciary duty has been assigned to the dustbin of corruption and nepotism. I must say, Honorable Speaker, the inquiry reported on here today interrogated multiple transgressions of the board in great detail, reflecting on suspicious deals, multi-choice deal, and many other deals, and a blatant disregard of the courts, disregard of the public protector recommendations and remedial action, disregard of the Auditor General report and Icasa. The inquiry also laid bare the auditorial policies and regulations were undermined, flouted, and a climate of fear and distrust created at the SABC. The National Freedom Party critically evaluated the finding, observation, and recommendations contained in the report, and which we support and agree to. Two issues in particular which we feel strongly about is the interference of Minister Mtambu and the political oversight. The minister had to come into a meeting where the COO was to be appointed, and that came with an influence on who was to be appointed for that position. The Department of Communication is in deep crisis, and the minister has not been cracking the whip. Rather, she has been shown to interfere a great deal, and through her conduct has become complicit in the management of the SABC. Under her watch, the MOI of the SABC had been distorted, legislative confusion was introduced, and senior executives were appointed without following due process. And the National Freedom Party believes that if these recommendations that are contained here are implemented without delay, and if a firm time frame is set for the incoming board to comply, that the SABC may well be stabilized and eventually functioning in accordance with its mandate. South Africans have the right to unbiased information, and the SABC has primary responsibility to effect to this right, but could not happen if the SABC were to be governed in terms of unacceptable corporate practices, guided by a minister who understands
Honorable
what is
Producer,
required.
your time is
Therefore,
expired.
the NFP agrees with the report that this minister must resign, and the new incumbent must come in. Thank you.
Honorable Kwankwa.
Eneneni, Honorable Speaker, ibingumdudo wamasele phaa kwa-SABC, but ndiyabona they are taking preemptive strike. Honorable Speaker, from the outset, I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the hard work and the enduring professionalism of committee members throughout the life of this committee. For the first time in many years, the country and the African continent rewarded the committee with a resounding cheer for raising the bar of parliamentary oversight. Nowhere is this decision more evident than in the quality of the report that is tabled in Parliament today. Well done, colleagues. In fact, there are quite a number of recommendations that would more than help in forwarding the cause of building an SABC that adheres to its mandate as outlined in the Broadcasting Act and the SABC Charter. Chief among them are the need for the Memorandum of Incorporation to be amended in order to align it with the Broadcasting Act, the need for the interim board to engage with the Auditor General to address all its findings relating to irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as well as the need to initiate disciplinary steps against any culprit, among others. The report also lays bare the central role the Minister of Communications played in the SABC quagmire, such as her role in amending the MOI. For these reasons, we must not mince our words in calling for the Minister of Communications to bite the dust. You will, however, recall that the committee did not accede to the UDM's request to give Mr. Hlaudi Mitsoneng a fair opportunity to give his side of the story, although to a large extent everything that was discussed in the inquiry centered around him. Subsequent to this request, and in a letter dated the 16th of February 2017, Majav Incorporated made a similar request, cautioning the committee about the dangers of its refusal to grant Mr. Mitsoneng an opportunity to state his side of the story. Majav attorneys quite correctly argues that the committee's refusal to give a hearing to Mr. Mitsoneng, I quote, has breached a foundational principle of our constitutional democracy, the right to be heard. These too fell on deaf ears. Some have incorrectly argued that all our call seeks to glorify Mr. Mitsoneng. Nothing could be further from the truth. We make this call because we know, as you all do, that he too deserves to be treated fairly like everyone else. As lawmakers, we should not only treat fairly those whom we like and ill-treat all those we don't like. Regrettably, what started out as a good process will now go down with the double stigma of bias and illegitimacy. For these reasons, the United Democratic Movement does not support this report. Futhi abo banengxaki bangahamba bozichoma ngentambo esigcawu emthini wetumata. Asicunsulanga mntwini. Thank you.
Honorable Alberts.
Thank you, Speaker. Two conclusions can be made regarding the committee's process and the findings made. On the one hand, the report is a statement of how not to run a public enterprise, and on the other hand, how Parliament should actually exercise its oversight role. We wish to commend the ad hoc committee's aggressive and thorough interrogation of the affairs of the SABC. At the same time, we condemn the SABC senior management's misconduct and abuse of power as laid bare in the report. We further condemn the SABC board's lack of proper oversight, save for those board members who have followed their conscience. We reserve special condemnation for the SABC's previous CEO and COO, Hlaudi Motsoeneng, and his ally, the Minister of Communications, Faith Mutambi, who flouted the law in every conceivable manner to ensure control over the SABC and the entrenchment of self-interest. Daar is sekere aspekte van die komiteeverslag wat spesiale vermelding verdien. Die SABC Raadvoorsitter se aktiewe ondermyning van die komitee deur sy weiering om te verskyn en inligting te verskaf is skreiend en sy poging om die ondersoek te stop deur 'n hofaansoek is tekenend van sy disrespek vir die parlement en die vraag is hoe hy ooit aangestel is as voorsitter van die SABC. We have noted the financial mismanagement of the SABC and are ourselves taking action to ensure that those who have taken irresponsible decisions are held to account. In this regard, we are in a process of requesting the Companies Commission to investigate Hlaudi Motsoeneng's decision to increase the local content quotas before using all of the content acquired from foreign suppliers. This would have been paid in US dollars and will result in huge amounts to be written off by the SABC. We are asking the Companies Commission to hold Mr. Motsoeneng personally liable for this in terms of the Companies Act. Lastly, the Minister's circumvention of the Broadcasting Act and her further unlawful acts to intervene in the affairs of the SABC and to protect certain individuals is unbecoming of a minister who is supposed to uphold the rule of law and the Constitution. Gegee die gemors by die SABC kan mens jou net indink hoe dit by ander openbare ondernemings gaan. Die gelekte Dentons-verslag dui daarop dat dit nog slegter gaan by Eskom. Wat weer eens bevestig word deur hierdie gebeure is dat die regering nie in staat is om enige ekonomie sentraal te bestuur nie en moet hulle hande afhou van die privaat sektor. Based on this committee's work, we recommend the following steps: that Parliament appoints an ad hoc committee to investigate the veracity of the findings in the Dentons report and to continue its aborted investigation on another state enterprise, namely Eskom. That the SABC management be purged from personnel not appointed on merit, and that Minister Faith Mutambi be fired. Thank you.
The Honourable Carter.
Honourable Speaker, firstly apologies, but the actual list showed differently that the ACDP was first. Thank you. The SABC report sets out a sorry saga, a saga that is symptomatic of all that has gone wrong with the governance of our state. If all organs of our state were subjected to the same level of honest and rigorous scrutiny as that which we have witnessed in the SABC inquiry, similar abuses of power, corruption, capture, unethical conduct, and gross maladministration would be exposed. The report documents the gross abuse of power committed with impunity by a member of our executive and by a board and SABC executive gone rogue. It points to a parliament that for years has failed in its obligations and duties to exercise oversight and to hold those in power and authority accountable. It points to those in positions of power and authority having had license not to account. The ultimate question in all of this is, who gave the minister, the SABC board and its executive the license to act with impunity? Who coerced Parliament to abdicate its responsibilities, to not exercise oversight and to not hold those in power and authority to account? Who has been pulling the strings? These questions are not answered by the report. It is the ANC and Mr. Zuma, the President of the Republic, to whom the question must be posed and with whom the answer lies. all the values that underpin our Constitution and that are the difference between good and rotten governance have been violated, be it the supremacy of a Constitution, loyalty of a state to the Constitution and its people, the rule of law, oversight, accountability, efficient and effective governance. The SABC report sets out a sorry saga, a saga that is symptomatic of all that has gone wrong with the governance of our state under the once proud liberation movement. Nonetheless, the Congress of the People would like to thank the multi-party ad hoc committee for a sterling job done. Under the chairmanship of Honourable Vincent Smith, the committee worked tirelessly and performed a daunting task under strenuous circumstances within the time period. As the Congress of the People, we will support the report. It is crucial that the relevant authorities implement the committee's recommendations as a matter of urgency, and that the appointment of an interim board is expedited. Now, I can hear that there's a cat on heat again in the House, but if the President has any iota of integrity left, he will fire the Minister with immediate effect. I thank you.
On a point of order, Chair.
What's the point of order, Honorable Khadebe?
On Rule 84, the Speaker just said the President does not have an iota of integrity. So that's insulting to them. Thank you.
Well, the Speaker is no longer on the podium. So she managed to get away from her issue just in time. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. This has been one of the most thorough and far-reaching inquiries that I, as a member of the ACDP, have been involved in at Parliament. And my thanks to all involved and the chairperson and all the staff. This is what Parliament oversight should look like, and this is what the public expect of us as parliamentarians. We were united across political lines in our focus of getting to the bottom of the rot that has beset the SABC. The inquiry made for riveting public viewing, with many citizens being encouraged to see us working together to expose problems at the public broadcaster. Regrettably, as highlighted by other members, the SABC did not accord Parliament the due respect it deserves, initially walking out of the inquiry, bringing a failed High Court urgent application to prevent the inquiry taking place, and then accusing it inter alia of bias and Motswaneng bashing. While we admit that the funding model of the SABC needs to be reconsidered, and we might not understand all the commercial sensitivities, let us make it very clear that we will not tolerate any disrespect for this august institution. What was also most disconcerting was the intimidation and death threats experienced by certain witnesses, mainly among the SABC 8. We consider these threats, which even continued whilst we were holding the inquiry, as a threat against Parliament itself. Witnesses should be free to give evidence before any parliamentary committee without any threats of intimidation. It also became very clear that there has been significant political interference at the SABC over many years. While this was not confined to the present minister, the committee found that the minister displayed incompetence in carrying out her responsibilities as the shareholder representative. The evidence also suggested major shortcomings in her conduct, particularly relating to her apparent failure to lodge the October MOI amendments, as well as her role in Mr. Motswaneng's permanent appointment as COO. And we as the ACDP, therefore, consequently support the correctional recommendations suggested in the report. Now, we also focused on the conflict of laws between the Broadcasting Act and the Companies Act. The committee was of view that the Broadcasting Act clearly trumped the Companies Act. However, the SABC and the minister seem to hold a separate and different view. Whilst we therefore support the recommendation that if it was not abundantly clear, then the Broadcasting Act, being the principal act, must be amended to make it clear that it trumps the other Companies Act. We also, from the ACDP side, spent a lot of time going through the Auditor General's management letter, and whilst it is very clear that the SABC is not technically insolvent, its assets exceed its liabilities, there are serious concerns about its cash flow challenges, given the significant deterioration in its cash reserves. Lastly, the ACDP supports this report, but encourages that we have similar ad hoc committees looking at ESCOM and other parastatals as it is exercising our oversight function. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Icasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, rather Speaker. The role of ad hoc committee to inquire and to make recommendations regarding state departments, SOEs and its subsidiary bodies is of great importance. Thank you, Kutin. Just like this SABC, this is one of the subsidiary bodies that has got to be looked into thoroughly. The African Independent Congress is encouraged now that it has exercised complete oversight on the work of executive. After all, Minister Mutambi is an accounting officer in the communications department. We widely support this report's recommendation that an urgent interim board be constituted. This should herald a new dispensation in the area of broadcasting, where corporate governance, ethics, and integrity defines the order of the day. Board members should demonstrate independence, good governance, and to serve the public in a way that is expected and safeguard the ethos of broadcasting. Honorable Speaker, the report heralds a renewed sense of hope in the appointment of qualified, ethical, sober-minded chief operations officer, CEO, and CFO. We appeal to all South Africans with the requisite skills and sense of patriotic vanity to respond to this call. We endorse the report's declaration that a forensic independent consultant should be appointed to investigate the finances of SABC, including legality of the contracts issued in the past, irregular appointments, salary increments, and performance bonuses that were paid to SAB staff during the period in question. AIC has always been convinced that the sender in the SABC was shaky and mired in controversy. Honorable Speaker, we have seen how Icasa has been disrespected by the former SABC COO. The report of ad hoc committee salvages this situation. The SABC is to obliterate its current editorial policy, which was often at pains with work of the journalists. Icasa, Honorable Speaker, will be spared of some time, as many journalists now will be working in a very conducive environment, away from the spectacle of managerial intimidation and interference. Honorable Speaker, Minister Mutambi had appointed Mr. Mtswaneng using a Dutch instrument called Memorandum of Incorporation in terms of communities report. This instrument will be subject to investigation by newly appointed board. The AIC has not minced its words on the legality of Hlaudis Mtswaneng's appointment as the COO of the SABC. List his intellectual makeup, which may have been suspended. We cannot have SOEs that operate in abstraction or absolute impunity, Honorable Speaker. It is time now to ruffle feathers and demonstrate leadership. Parliament cannot sit in its metaphorical ivory water tower whilst the cat has been set among the pigeons. We endorse this report because the report now is going to take us forward. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Killian.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable ministers, colleagues here. First of all, just also from our side, a word of special thanks to Honorable Smith for his able stewardship of this process. And thanks to the opposition for having resisted the temptation to play petty politics with a matter that was of significant importance to South Africans. We had one common goal, Speaker, and that was to identify the extent and the root causes of the systemic governance failures of the SABC board. We had to find out, going forward, how this Parliament could ensure that the SABC fulfills its public mandate and upholds the values enshrined in the Constitution, the Broadcasting Charter, and other relevant legislative provisions. We all know that there was only one person standing at the time when the committee started its process, and soon thereafter he resigned. But the fact is, whether we like it or not, Honourable Chairperson and Speaker, the new Companies Act compels all directors and makes no distinction between executive and non-executive directors of companies to exercise fiduciary responsibilities. So consequently, the committee had to proceed with its work. The committee found that the SABC board had overall several years did not understand or did not execute its fiduciary duties. And I mean a whole lot of indications were already given in how many respects they have failed. I would like to focus on the fact that there were so many irregular, unplanned and unscheduled meetings called. That resulted in lack of quorum, in round-robin decision-making. Some of the approvals actually only adopted by a formal board meeting months after the event. Some board members failed to understand their oversight role, and they were manipulated by executives who had ulterior motives. They failed to understand their role to account to Parliament. The board closed their eyes to the harassment of newsroom staff and purging of others. They were oblivious about the apparent purging of highly qualified and experienced senior managers. The fact is, what were the root causes? Well, we've discovered, Honourable Speaker, that there was most definitely a role played from the Minister's office. There was an interchangeable use of the Broadcasting Act and the Companies Act when it came to the removal of board members. There was growing erosion of board powers to hold the executive management to account, and there was an erosion of their role vis-à-vis the disciplining of senior managers. Interference in the by management in newsroom activities really was totally unacceptable. Speaker, we must understand that there were some critical points in recent times. One of it was already mentioned by some of the members, was the appointment of the acting COO in a permanent capacity, Mr. Motsweneng. The ad hoc was not convinced that there was no pressure on the board to appoint Mr. Motsweneng. There was also evidence presented that the minister was involved in the irregular removal of some board members. They voted each other out of office. Cannot happen because that was totally irregular. And this matter is before the courts at present. Parliament was unfortunately also not an innocent bystander. Despite a legal opinion presented to the Committee on Communication that the board member removal was irregular, the Portfolio Committee unfortunately did not stand their ground to oppose the irregular removal of board members. And that calls for better oversight, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, as far as the MOI is concerned, the Memorandum of Incorporation, we have to indicate that the irregular changes to the Memorandum of Incorporation is posing a very serious risk to the SABC. Fact of the matter is, with a specific MOI having been registered with the Companies and Property Intellectual Company Commission, and another one being effectively implemented, it means that there is no legal basis for the delegation of authority framework. This means that some contracts and some disciplinary action against officials of the SABC could be ultra vires. It could expose the South African Broadcasting Corporation to significant legal challenges. This is a matter that the soon to be appointed interim board should address immediately. They should conduct a risk analysis for the SABC. Speaker, what we have learned from this process is that we need to review our laws and we need to make sure that they talk to each other. The Broadcasting Act is an act of special application. The Companies Law addresses specific matters relating to fiduciary responsibilities of directors, but the two must speak to each other. You cannot have one process to appoint your board through Parliament, through a public process, and then board members who have internal strife vote each other out. It cannot be like that. So we must amend and make sure that we address certain grey areas in the acts relating to the SABC. But the Broadcasting Amendment Bill that was tabled in Parliament is not the answer. That bill will do away with Parliament's role to appoint the board members, and it will pave the way for a direct interventions by the shareholder into the operations of the SABC. It will change the character of the public broadcaster completely. We can never sacrifice the principles enshrined in our Constitution: freedom of expression, access to information, and public accountability, as well as the duty to promote our rich cultural heritage. The SABC is a special institution, and we must keep it like that. It belongs to all South Africans, irrespective of creed, language, or political affiliation. Its role is to educate and to entertain and ensure public broadcasting without commercial or political influence. The ad hoc has completed its task, and it now hands the report to Parliament for further action and to the Portfolio Committee on Communications. The interim board, once appointed, should restore stability
Honourable
and credibility,
Killian, your time has expired.
and should take action against those executives who threaten and manipulate thousands of good people working at the SABC. Heads should roll. Thank you, Chairperson.
The Honourable Kowama.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, I want to thank also the Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Smith, and members of the committee. Honourable Speaker, Claudi Mutswening and the board are holding SABC hostage with his stooges. He has made SABC a headquarters of ANC propaganda. He has turned SABC to a state-controlled broadcasting. Our people are fed with distorted and skewed information. Honourable Speaker, the question is, how is this counterproductive force called Claudi Mutswening managed to hold our institution at ransom, terrorizing journalists like it's still apartheid times? It is truly a sin for this buffoon and courts to suppress and undermine our journalistic talents. Honourable Speaker, with Minister Mutambi and Claudi Mutswening at the helm, we are truly reversing the gains and sacrifice of great South Africans like the late Zwelakhe Sisulu and Percy Qoboza, who fought hard for independence of journalists and freedom of expression. Honourable Speaker, we need a board that is independent from political interference. We need to inject it with new ethos to serve our nation and her people. A public broadcaster must be the nation speaking to itself, unlike what Claudi Mutswening has turning SABC into a house of paranoia. We must act swiftly to prevent this truth from decaying further. To stop this, to put the SABC into a path of glory and stop from being government mouthpiece. While we support these recommendations, this experience must teach us not to trust the ANC, to always remain vigilant. For a mere fact that the Minister Faith Mutambi still parades herself in public It is a shame and embarrassment to our nation. We really don't know whose interest is she serving. Honorable Speaker, an independent public broadcaster allows the nation to reflect and reflect upon itself. We should not allow ourselves to return to the dark ages of the past. I thank you.
The Honorable Mbinda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the PAC, we have been saying it here in this House time and time again that we are against the political interference by the ruling elite so as to advance and safeguard their interests and that of their masters at the expense of state institutions. And the SABC has just recently suffered from this. The South African Constitution guarantees press freedom and that we cannot attain it while the political principles make it their business to weaken the public broadcaster so that it is unable to discharge its duties, especially exposing wrongdoing in government by government officials. One of the greatest risks of allowing political interference is that when the ruling party is suffering from factionalism and of infighting that spread out to all institutions where the political interference has been ongoing for a long time, like it is the case with the SABC. Chairperson, Speaker, our public broadcaster has an important role to play in our society. And as PAC, we want to make it clear in this House today that the employment of people due to their political affiliation and or relations and not their qualifications, reputations, skills must be condemned with the contempt it deserves. As PAC, we have also noted the negative attitude of some of the political editors within SABC. It is our view as PAC that the changing of names of board members and hoping the situation will change itself might be a wishful thinking on our part. But what we need is a policy change in the running and dealings of SABC and its board. Underqualified people can no longer be given millions of rands in bonuses for doing absolutely nothing as part of noise making with no content advancing the cause of a particular faction of the ruling party. The PAC, however, supported the report and fully agree that in the interim, our public broadcaster needs leadership as a matter of urgency. However, in the medium to long term, we need to critically look at the policy framework as to avoid the massive wrongdoing our SABC is subjected to recently. Thank you.
The Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Speaker. The APC stands to welcome and support the report of the ad hoc committee on the SABC. The work of the ad hoc committee, by and large, put oversight and Parliament on a higher pedestal and consciousness of the public. By and large, it is a practice that can be emulated and enhanced by other committees in the House. The SABC is an important public entity whose good governance should be of concern to all of us. For some times, governance has been a challenge, leading to financial losses and instability of its boards and senior management. As we speak, the SABC has no board, and almost all senior managers are on an acting capacity. The process of strengthening or rebuilding the SABC starts with this House appointing boards that will serve their full term and have one agenda, which is the common good of the people. The appointment to permanent posts of senior managers to ensure that the SABC is run in compliance with the law. So for the SABC, so for all institutions of state that have shown weakness, distress, and going concern challenges. There is need for sustained engagement with the SABC. The only stain, Madam Speaker, of the entire process is the fact that the elephant in the room, called Claude Mutswene, was not called to appear before the committee. And we hear some members describing him in very colorful language, and yet he did not have the opportunity to come and put his side of the story. And when we talk about looting and ailing institutions, it's unfortunate that we had to stop somewhere, but I know there is one advocate, Dalimpofu, who was the CEO of the SABC. And at the time when that institution was really on its knees, pocketed about 10 million rands as a golden handshake. And I think it is those kind of people who...
Point of order.
Who should be called
Point of
upon
order.
to
Order,
assist us in
Honorable Godi.
understanding.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Godi?
Well, I'm
Can
done,
I
Honorable
take-
Speaker. No,
Can
I'm
I-
done.
Take a seat. Here, Scopa. Scopa is running away from accountability, Speaker. Look,
Well, he's gone.
the advocate of the people never did such a thing. Honorable God is deliberately misleading the House. It's regrettable. That's why he's running away.
Honorable Self.
Speaker, I want to commend the ad hoc committee for the rigorous way in which it conducted its inquiry into the SABC. The report reads like a horror story. It's a story of maladministration and corruption, of fear and intimidation, of nepotism and the abuse of power. At the center of the story sit two malignant individuals, Mr. Hlaudi Motsoeneng and the Minister of Communications. Like so many public institutions, the SABC has failed the public. Viewed cumulatively, the report portrays the SABC that it is indistinguishable from that which existed under apartheid. Biased, partisan, irresponsible, profligate, and unaccountable. As members of parliament, we need to introspect about how we allowed that to happen. Ultimately, it was left up to the public protector to expose the rotten state of the SABC in her report When Governments and Ethics Fail, released in February 2014. When we realized that the government and parliament would not implement the public protector's remedial action, the DA approached the courts in a two-part application. First, to suspend Mr. Motsoeneng and subject him to a disciplinary hearing, which the public protector had ordered, and secondly, to declare that his appointment as COO was irrational and therefore illegal. On the 24th of October 2014, we got an order compelling the SABC to suspend Mr. Motsoeneng and to subject him to a disciplinary hearing. He and the SABC sought leave to appeal. On the 23rd of April 2015, he was granted leave to appeal, but the SABC was ordered to implement the disciplinary hearing pending the appeal. He and the SABC appealed again. The case was adjudicated by the Supreme Court of Appeal on the 8th of October 2015, and the appeal was dismissed. On the 27th of November 2015, the Western Cape High Court reviewed and set aside the appointment of Mr. Motsoeneng as COO. He and the SABC appealed. On the 23rd of May 2016, leave to appeal was dismissed. The SABC and Motsoeneng petitioned the SCA for leave to appeal, and in September 2016, these petitions were dismissed by the SCA. The SABC then convened a sham disciplinary hearing against Mr. Motsoeneng in December 2015, which predictably exonerated him, as key witnesses were not called. The DA again approached the courts to review and set aside this disciplinary hearing. The SABC in turn applied for a stay to these proceedings. The application for a stay was dismissed on the 14th of June 2016. Judgment in the DA's case was delivered on the 12th of December 2016. The disciplinary hearing of December 2015 was set aside and a new one was ordered. And Mr. Motsoeneng's appointment as Group Executive Corporate Affairs was set aside, and the court ordered that he could not occupy any senior position in the SABC until after the disciplinary hearing. Mr. Motsoeneng and Mr. Aguma were ordered to pay our costs personally. Guess what? The SABC and Mr. Motsoeneng applied for leave to appeal. On the 7th of February 2017, this application for appeal was dismissed. At every stage, the SABC and or its executive directors were ordered to pay the DA's costs, which now amount to millions of rands. These cases show what happens when the board and its executive directors act with impunity. This culture of impunity must end in the public broadcaster immediately. Thank you.
The Honorable Khoza.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. First of all, let me also echo the appreciation from all the different political parties on the stewardship of Honorable Smith. This was indeed not a very easy process. Nevertheless, we managed to navigate through it. Unanimously, this committee agreed that bad governance compromises the financial status and sustainability of the South African Broadcasting Corporation. And it is within that context that the African National Congress, as a leader of society, takes into account the fact that if you want to lead a society or if you assume a leadership position as a leader of society, you have to assume a high moral ground. Notwithstanding that, I have no doubt in my mind that the ad hoc committee was meticulous in execution of its task. It is within this context that the ANC is supporting this report. And because the ANC cannot resist logic and sense, honorable members, the ANC's 53rd National Congress resolutions in Mangaung clearly states what has to be done about this SABC. And yet we were betrayed, and we have to say this clearly. We were betrayed by those entrusted with the responsibility of leading that institution. And as the ANC, because we are humble servants of our people, we are acknowledging that and we are correcting what has been happening at SABC. Evidence emanating from this 2016-2017 parliamentary inquisitorial process on the SABC awakened us to the critical importance of the legislative authority, which is Parliament, to perform effective oversight over the executive. Honorable Speaker, it is within this context again that we draw our strength from the publication of James Davidson Hunter in his book entitled The Death of Character, Moral Education in an Age Without Good or Evil. He has this to say, open quote, "We want strong morality, but without the emotional burden of guilt or shame. We want virtue, but without particular moral justification that invariably offend. We want good without having to name evil. We want decency without the authority to insist upon it," close quote. Honorable Speaker, it is within this context once more that this committee decided that for it to deliver on its mandate as entrusted by this honorable House, it had to assume the high moral ground. It was nevertheless disturbing, Honorable Speaker, that Prof. Maguve and the current acting CEO did not seem to understand the difference between the public service and the commercial service that the SABC has to perform. And Honorable Speaker, we wish to remind them that Part 4 of Section 11D and E of the Act states the commercial services provided by the corporation must subsidize the public services to the extent recommended by the board and approved by the minister, and be operated in an efficient manner so as to maximize the revenues provided to each shareholder, close quote. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore important that we make sure that SABC is turned around and returns to its profitability, because it is through those revenues that we are going to get from the commercial services of SABC that we shall be able to deliver on our public service mandate. Although the SABC punches holes on the evidence led by its own former senior staff members and alleges that they were guilty of gross misconduct, it is very disturbing, Honorable Speaker, to note that the very staff accused of gross misconduct were actually given gold handshake by the very SABC when terminating their contracts. Honorable Speaker, we have to go into the root causes of some of the questionable transactions. Without that, there is no way we can bring the SABC to its financial sustainability. We have vision review contracts, the new age media arrangement, the multi-choice agreement. All these contracts are extremely questionable, and we are hoping that this interim board that is coming in is going to get into the root cause of this. And Honorable Speaker, we wanted to say, in supporting this report, we want to make sure that the SABC cash flows are returned back to their normalcy. As Honorable Swart has already said, we are extremely concerned about the cash reserves of the SABC. They've been shrinking in an alarming pace. I mean, within 4 months, the SABC has almost lost more than 40% of its reserves. And we don't think this is a healthy financial situation. On that score, Madam Speaker, we are saying the SABC will also have to review the policies that have been adopted, which have led to the net loss of 411 million rands during the 2015-2016 financial year. And in our view as a committee, we attribute this to the net effect of the SABC erratic, ill-processed policy choices that have cost the public broadcaster millions of rand. We are therefore, Madam Speaker, tabling this report to say, as the ANC, we support it, and we are also welcome the fact that all the other parties worked with us because they do believe that the public broadcaster is a strategic asset and that we have to defend it at all costs. And I welcome all the positive contributions that we receive from the other members, from the other parties. And I want to say, keep it up. That's how South Africa would prosper. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khoza. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Chair, we move that the report be adopted by this House.
Thank you very much. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections.
Aye.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Corner Mama, UDM, please.
Thank you very much. The objection of the UDM is noted. Can I ask the Secretary? The report is therefore adopted. I now ask the Secretary to read the second order of the day.
Consideration of recommendation of candidates to fill vacancies on Council of Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, Council, Icasa.
Thank you, Honorable the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Matlakwana.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good afternoon, members. The Portfolio Committee on Communication, having considered the request from the Minister of Communication to fill 2 vacancies in the Icasa Council, the committee advertised the call for nominations of persons to serve in Icasa, and we received 35 of the applicants. We interviewed in public 6 of them after shortlisting. And we, as the subcommittee, we tabled our report to the committee, and the committee endorsed our report. I must say the committee unanimously agreed on 2 of the applicants, namely Advocate Kosha and Ms. Nomonde Gongeka. However, the third name, Ms. Palisakade, was agreed by the committee, but the DA abstained from that third name. The reason why, or the reason they put forward, was that the person who was part of the interview from the DA was not there, who went through the CV, who interviewed the people with us, was not part of the committee, where we endorsed the 3 names. The committee therefore submits or recommends to the House the names of Palisa Kadi, Advocate Gongeka, and Advocate Kosha and Ms. Gongeka. Those names will be forwarded through processes of parliament so that these 3 people are the 2 people out of 3 are part of the council. Remember, the council of Icasa are the people who take decisions, and they are all of them full-time. Whoever in these 3 work somewhere else will have to resign from that employment and be full-time in Icasa. Those are the names, House Chair, that we recommend for approval by the House as I've submitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I now put the question. The question before the House is that the following list of candidates be submitted to the Minister of Communications for consideration for the appointment as councillors to Icasa. I have a request, time for declaration by parties. I will now recognize the DA.
Agbare voorsitter en lede van die huis, die DA onderskryf die aanstelling van advokaat die Makatsu Kotka en my Nomandi Konpeka om 2 vakatures in die Icasa raad te vul. Ons maak egter ten sterkste beswaar teen die insluiting van die 3de kandidaat, Mapalesi Kadi. Sy beskik nie oor die voldoende vaardighede en ondervinding en haar insluiting op die lys was prosedureel gebrekkig. Ondanks die feit dat 'n onderhoud deur die komitee met haar gevoer was sy nie gekies as een van die finale kandidate nie. Op 23 November 2016, toe die komitee die finale keuses bespreek het, was Makadi glad nie ter sprake of bespreek nie. One of the candidates we discussed on the final day was Mr. Lyndon Petzer. He is one of South Africa's most respected specialists on radio frequency spectrum, and his skills are much needed on Icasa's council. He has a vast amount of experience and subject knowledge and was the DA's preferred candidate. Surprisingly, Makadi was introduced to the list on 20 February 2017. This because of the failure of 2 of the other candidates to receive police clearance. She was not the first choice of any of the parties, but the ANC preferred to accept her inadequacies rather than appoint Mr. Petzer, the best person for the job. This move that further aggravates the dearth of appropriately skilled technical people on Icasa's council gives credence to the view that undermining the integrity of Icasa is a deliberate ANC strategy. The DA maintains that the process was flawed and that Makadi is by no means suitable for the council. The DA further argued that rules state that the National Assembly must submit a candidate list with at least 1.5 times more candidates to the Minister for endorsement if the number of posts to be filled were more than 1. Therefore, in terms of this provision, Mr. Petzer's name should have been added to the list, but he ended up a casualty of the ANC's insistence on incompetency and underscores its bias towards broadcasting knowledge at the expense of telecommunications. The recent collapse of the SABC due to an absolute failure to properly vet and monitor board members and senior officials should serve as a warning to all parliamentary committees making selections in the future. Wanneer dit kom by Icasa en ander liggame wat deur die staat befonds word, moet ons versigtig wees ten einde te verseker dat politieke agendas nie ons oordeel vertroebel by die kies van kandidaate wat belastingbetalers van Suid-Afrika moet dien nie. We as members of this House need to start taking our responsibilities and mandates seriously by ensuring that vacant positions are given to the best candidates. We condemn state entities to perpetual failure by packing their boards with inadequately skilled comrades. And this House must shoulder some of the blame for these entities' failures. Die DA erken Icasa se onlangse beslissing om 'n aansoek deur ETV teen te staan om sy lisensievoorwaardes te wysig ten einde hul nuusuitsendings uit die spittydgleuf te verskuif. Dis 'n belangrike mylpaal in die versekering dat 12 miljoen Suid-Afrikaners wat staat maak op nuusuitsendings in spitstyd as 'n bron van inligting sal voortgaan om toegang tot nuusuitsendings op 'n redelike tyd te hê. We as the DA look forward to Icasa's response to our request to conduct an inquiry in the recent proliferation of fake news in South Africa's broadcast media space. Die DA sal voortgaan om te geveg vir elke burger se reg tot akkurate inligting en om te verseker dat alle besluite geneem word in belang van elke Suid-Afrikaner. Dankie.
The UDM.
The UDM supports this one. Icasa plays a very important role as an independent regulatory body of the South African telecommunications and broadcasting sector, and it does this in the interest of the public. Icasa has to be effective in regulating the South African Broadcasting Corporation so that it plays its role as a public broadcaster in the public interest and promote democracy. Mayiqiniseke into yobana isebenzele ilizwe lonke, not abantu abathile. The filling in of the vacancies in this institution should go a long way in ensuring that Icasa continue to be an effective regulator. In its nature, Icasa should be about protecting citizens' interests and play its role as a watchdog for a democratic society. It is therefore required to be effective and truly independent. Icasa has to be transparent, accountable, and participatory, and be run professionally by people who have the requisite knowledge and skills to discharge this important societal task. We have confidence that the recommended names will add value to the mandate of Icasa in its discharge of duties, and make sure that, we hope that Icasa would make sure that radio stations, umzekelo, umhlobo wenene sisitishi sesiXhosa, kodwa lately sifumanisa into yobana kwabafana batsha abathanda uthetha isingesi kakhulu. Yasigulisa ke thina le nto yabafana namantombazana amancinci athetha isingesi bangeva abantu kodwa bebethe bathi etyhonini kumhlobo wenene. I'm sure kunjalo ke nakwezinye iilwimi kukho lutsha lufunde kwezi zikolo former model C. Icasa mayiqiniseke into yobana iyayinqanda loo nto leyo ekubeni bisitishi sase-Afrikaans sithethe i-Afrikaans ungabe kuxutywa-xutywa. Silindele loo nto ke kwaba bantu abatyunjele uba bangene apha. Enkosi.
Enkosi Tatu Filtane, EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Really 3 points that we want to make. We cannot as well put our weight behind the last name for the obvious reasons of procedure. Our recommendation, as a matter of fact, was that for any additional candidate to be found, we've had to restart the process to find a suitable candidate. But I think that we must also record that it's concerning that the Minister of Communications is not in the House to hear these recommendations, including the recommendations on the last item. I think Parliament has to express itself that when important recommendations like members of the board that she has to apply her mind on are being submitted and she's not here, it's really concerning. So we want to register that that will result in the same type of incompetence that she displayed in relation to the SABC. And so it was important for her to come and hear some of the substantial disagreements that happened around these recommendations. And as the EFF want to put it on record, that in as much as we are comfortable with the first two names, in relation to the last name, because of these procedural flaws, we cannot support. Thank you very much.
NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable members of the House, let me also acknowledge the President of my leaders, Zanele Magwaza Msibi. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party welcomes the report tabled here today by the Portfolio Committee on Communications. Chairperson, the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa plays a pivotal role in regulating our communications, broadcasting, and postal services sector. The National Freedom Party expresses its concern with the lapse of time since the office of the previous chairperson of the council expired on the 20th of June 2015. This means that Icasa had to function for more than 19 months now without the benefit of a guiding hand of a chairperson. Moreover, the vacancy which arose with the resignation of former councillor Dr. Marcia Sosikwa has now existed for 25 months. We submit that such vacancies is counter to the productive to the requirements for effective governance, and the longer these vacancies persist, the longer it will take Icasa to be operational at maximum capacity. Honorable Chairperson, we need to have a closer look at our processes in facilitating nominations of this kind. We understand the restrictions which public participation places on the pace at which nomination processes is managed, but we have to find ways to expedite the process. State bodies such as Icasa can only function at a maximum capacity if they have the full complement of expertise available to it as provided for in legislation. If we are to make our democracy work the way it is intended, then we need to ensure that undue delays in the filling of vacancies to deal with as swiftly as possible. To conclude, Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party supports the recommendations contained in the reports tabled here today. I thank you.
The AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As AIC, we also support the appointment of 3 councillors into Icasa. We know very well that the filling of vacancies in any institution does give hope. That Icasa has been without these 3 councillors has been a very big gap indeed. So this means now the work has not been done properly. This also now contributes a lot to the reduction of unemployment, which is one of the challenges that is facing our country. We therefore, as AIC, support that the people should be appointed so that now there's a lot of people that is getting work in our countries. Thank you very much.
The ANC.
Ndo livhuwa mudzulatshidulo la buthano la lushaka sa ANC ri tikedza muvhigo wa komiti ya zwa vhudavhidzano. We support the report largely, Chairperson, because the 3 recommended candidates proved beyond reasonable doubt in the interviews that they have the necessary expertise and experience in the media industry and possess suitable qualifications. We are satisfied as the ANC with the selection process that involved participation by the public in the nomination process, as required by the Icasa Act that led to 35 nominations as reported by the chairperson. We can report to this August House, Chairperson, that the third candidate that the other colleagues are objecting, Palesa Kadi, is a dynamic youth activist who is currently an executive in the Film and Publication Board, very excellent in corporate governance and media development. And as the ANC, we are confident that if she's considered for appointment as a councillor, she can make a meaningful contribution in taking the regulator to greater heights like the other 2 candidates. We want to thank all the candidates that supported this report, and to those that have objected, will want to indicate that we have given you ample time to convince us to agree to your candidate, and you dismally failed. As the ANC, once more, we support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This brings us to an end of the declarations. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson, if I may, the Independent Communication Authority, the Act governing Icasa, requires that the recommendations to the President are made after a process involving public comment and also a public advertisement. And I would like to seek your guidance whether the person who was injected into the process at a later stage has met the requirements in terms of the Act, in terms of the publication and public comment around that particular name. And we'd seek your guidance on that matter.
Thank you very much, Honorable Steenhuisen. I will have to confer with the chairperson, but from his presentation, there was no suggestion that there was no process, all processes were not followed. But maybe we can ask the chairperson of the committee to clarify. Chairperson?
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, the vacancies were advertised. The subcommittee of the portfolio committee shortlisted and interviewed. All parties were part of the interviewing process, including Honorable Phumzile van Dam, who's part of the subcommittee of the portfolio committee. So I don't know where DA missed all this, but all processes were open. Interviews were done in an open platform. We interacted with them. So in our view, and process of parliament were all followed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. It looks like there's a dispute that all the names that are recommended here were part of the process. Can you just clarify that all the names that were put forward, were they part of the...
All of them, Honorable House, were part of the 6 that were shortlisted. The Pali Sakad that apparently is a dispute, she was part of that. In fact, she is part of the first 3 members who were interviewed in the presence of everybody from the committee.
Thank you very much. Honorable Steenhuisen, I was also just being advised that the report was actually publicized in February to allow for public comment, if any. And I'm not sure whether there might be any other processes in your view that were not followed.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. It was the late injection of the CV of the candidate who was in dispute. And I have a concern that sections 5(1)(a) and (c) of the Icasa Act have not been followed. But if you're giving the House the assurance that that has been done, obviously we have to accept that. But I believe it's very difficult to shortlist and to involve the public in a process when somebody is injected into that process at a very late stage as a shortlisted candidate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Steenhuisen, for your understanding. But from the clarification, it does seem that all the candidates that are now recommended to the House were part of the short list that happened in the committee, and in terms of the processes, they actually met all the criteria. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson.
Thank you.
The DA calls for division. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Waters. In terms of Rule 108, I will now allow one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration. Sorry, that has been made. Sorry, I now allow one member. One moment. Apologies, honorable members, you have already expressed yourselves in your declaration. We are now doing the division. I'd like to remind members that a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the report of the portfolio on communications be adopted regarding the recommendation of the candidates which will have to be submitted to the Minister of Communications for her consideration. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the report should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the result of the division is as follows. Yes, 202, no, 93, abstain, 11. The question is accordingly agreed to. The next item on the order paper is a subject for discussion in the name of Ms. T E Kenye on promoting harmonious coexistence and respect for the rights of all persons, including foreign nationals, as enjoined by our Constitution. Honorable Kenye. Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, distinguished guests in the gallery, the ANC moves that we, as this parliament, in light of the recent eruption of violent events towards foreign nationals, including the most recent event in Oliven, Hotsposh, in Gauteng, debate the importance of promoting harmonious coexistence and respect for the rights of all persons in South Africa, as enjoined by our Constitution. Chapter 2, subsections 7 and 39 of our Constitution contains the Bill of Rights, which is the cornerstone of our democracy. Our government respects and protects these rights vigorously through our independent judiciary, law enforcement, and various Chapter 9 institutions. These rights cover all those who are in South Africa at any given moment, such as citizens, visitors, foreign nationals, and so on. Chairperson and honorable members, the preamble of our Constitution.
Ma'am Kanye, can you please hold on? Order, honorable members. Those of us who are leaving the chamber, can we do that quietly? And those of us who are conversing also do it in a manner that respects the speaker. Order, honorable member, you can proceed.
Chairperson and honorable members, the preamble to our Constitution, which is extracted from the Freedom Charter, states that, I quote, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, close quote. It is worth remembering, honorable members, that in our commemoration of the centenary of Tata Oliver Tambo, the longest serving president of the ANC, it is he who started the tradition of annual themes to keep us focused on the emancipation of our people. It is therefore befitting to refocus ourselves during the commemoration of what would have been his 100 years birthday to one of our founding principles that he worked tirelessly as an internationalist, that of harmonious and peaceful coexistence of nations and peoples of the world, and more especially Africans. Hence, the last clause of the Freedom Charter states, I quote, there shall be peace and friendship, close quote. Chairperson, our government has always stood up and will do so in the future whenever there are perpetrators of violence masquerading in different forms in our society. Chairperson, in 2015, our government offered a comprehensive response to the eruption of violence towards foreign nationals. That included our Honorable President, Zuma personally getting involved by visiting those who were affected, and interministerial committee, Parliament's multi-party ad hoc committee, among others, that visited the communities of Alexander and Durban. From our interaction with these communities, the feedback we got laid bare some of the underlying causes, mainly socio-economic issues, breakdown in law enforcement, and so on. It became very clear to us that South Africans cannot be stereotyped as xenophobic, as poor communities frequently fought over limited resources, and the pinch of our economy drives some to despondency and resentment. I think the name xenophobic, to my understanding, means severe hatred, and I don't think South Africans are xenophobic. Poor communities with little or no job skills saw themselves as fighting for the same low-income jobs and small businesses with foreign nationals, which they deemed can take the lowest offer because of their circumstances. Umzekelo, bathi abantu esasiye kubo silo ad hoc committee enyule le parliament, bathi abantu apha thina eGina stores kutsho eDurban siye saqhankqalaza sifuna ukunyuselwa imivuzo. Sathi abantu esibathandayo esihamba nabo abahlobo bethu, oh my friend, bathi xa sigxothwa emsebenzini kodwa istrike sethu esivumelekile baphela befumana imisebenzi yethu emveni kwasigxothiwe. Loo nto ke yasenza saxabana. This confirms that what we know, that since time immemorial, Africans had a history of harmonious and peaceful coexistence irrespective of their nationalities. This is imprinted in the cultures of some of our biggest townships such as Soweto, Khayelitsha, and Danzan, etc. We should be careful of loaded terms that might drive hidden agendas in our communities. We are left to wonder, in some instances, whether some of these conflicts are not used as political tool to cause instability. Honorable members, I wish to state that South Africa is underpinned by the rule of law, which allows everything else to operate normally, and only under subsection 36 of the Constitution, that the rights of those who live within our boundaries are limited under reasonable and justifiable circumstances based on human dignity, equality, and freedom. This means that the law is applied equally without fear or favor to all those who live within the boundaries of this beautiful land, the citizens, visitors, and foreign nationals. Honorable members, it is a known fact that the ANC was an inclusive liberation movement that accommodated Africans across the continent, and that has been the driving motive of this ANC government, emboldened further by the years we spent among other nations, more especially African countries in the continent that embraced us during our exiled years. We shall never forget such hospitality from our own brothers and sisters. It is therefore a historical fact that the ANC government is the main driver and leader of harmonious coexistence of Africans wherever they find themselves. It has been the ANC government commitment and practice to work towards a better Africa and a better world. Honorable members, our country needs to deal decisively with all those issues, group of people, individuals, or elements that seek to cause political instability by perpetrating criminal activities under different disguises. We pledge law enforcement agencies to prevail on them and the arm of law to catch up with them and be dealt with decisively by courts of law. We ask all those who have been wronged, especially fellow Africans, to allow the law to take its course and not take law into their own hands. We have a handful of laws to assist us with dealing with these situations. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Mutau.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Honorable members, there is no doubt in my mind that all the good people of this country cherish the promotion of harmonious coexistence and respect for the rights of all persons, including foreign nationals. This is the case because we want to establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights for all who live in the country. A country that is peaceful and a country that is free of crime. Sadly, we seem to be falling behind in our noble national mission.
As matters stand, this country seems more divided and violent than at any time since 1994. Xenophobia, homophobia, racism, racial intolerance, particularly as manifested in anti-Semitism, bedevil the social fabric of our nation. This, despite the fact that the presidency is mandated to lead an agenda and the discourse on nation building, social cohesion, and national identity facilitated through the moral regeneration movement and its charter of positive values. What positive results can we show for the millions of rand appropriated for this purpose every year? The simple answer is very little, if anything. Political correctness and expediency seem to be the major culprits responsible for this dismal performance. Following the recent xenophobic violence in the Tshwane area, DA leader Musi Maimane made the following plea, and I quote, "The DA strongly condemns xenophobia and xenophobic violence, and we urge all South Africans to do the same. The hatred and intolerance towards foreign African nationals that has flared up in areas in Gauteng is morally contemptible and self-defeating." I close quote. While irrationality can be blamed for some of the xenophobic behavior we see, we cannot lose sight of the fact that there are some objective factors that generate resentment among both South Africans and immigrants that serve as triggers for violence. For instance, there are growing rumblings among South Africans in the townships that foreign nationals put severe strain on amenities and services such as public schools, clinics, hospitals, and housing. Scrambling for jobs also always comes up as a big factor. With 9 million jobless and 17 million people on social grants, this is hardly surprising. The very weak economic growth in the country is not helping. The economy needs to grow by at least 5% or more a year as envisaged by the National Development Plan to create millions of jobs. Most people who have a job hardly ever worry about who is in the country. However, even such productive growth will not be enough if illegal immigrants continue to flood the country. Let me defer to the DA leader again, and I quote, "The DA does not support illegal immigrants. The DA's position is that anyone who meets the legal criteria, is prepared to play by the rules of our Constitution, and who seeks a better life for themselves should be welcome in South Africa," close quote. However, it must be recognized that with the best will in the world, South Africa does not have the capacity nor the resources to take in all immigrants, legal or illegal, from the African continent or any other continent. During the recent violence in the Tshwane townships, we learned also something, that there was also a turf war going on between two groups of foreign nationals from different countries who repair vehicles. These clashes were also willy-nilly characterized as xenophobic violence. These factors, real or imagined, must be confronted head-on and addressed, as they will go on and never change unless we do something about them. We dare not shy away from them. Following the xenophobic violence of 2008 and 2015, Parliament appointed ad hoc committees to probe the causes of the violence against foreign nationals. These committees, constituted at some significant cost, completed their assignments and made recommendations to Parliament regarding the actions to be taken to address the scourge. Very little seems to have been done regarding the implementation of this recommendation. The DA calls on Parliament to institute an urgent review of the recommendations made in 2008 and 2015, establish which have been implemented, and facilitate the implementation of those that are outstanding as a matter of urgency. The DA believes that the recent incidents of xenophobic violence and anti-foreign sentiments are consequences of a failure of the ANC government to implement the recommendations set out in the 2008 and 2015
Honourable Member,
reports.
your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Hlophe.
Thank you, House Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters believes very strongly that no black person can ever be a foreigner in an African soil. These divisions we now see in our society are as a result of over 100 years of exploitations of Africans by the real foreign exploiters who took from our people everything. They took land, they took izinkomo, zobaba zemuka, House Chair. The foundations of South Africa, as we have to know it, are premised on the super exploitation of African labor from within this country and across the continent. They came, they are still coming looking for livelihoods from within this country, from Central and Southern Africa, and have followed in the footsteps of their grandfathers, uncles, fathers along road or a railway line to the city of gold. The current debacle pertaining to unemployment and equality is wrongfully placed and blamed on African brothers and sisters and black people from the developing world. We are just fighting over crumbs. The continuing violence against African nationals is very disingenuous and is a platform for black on black violence. The failure of society ought to be put at the door of the ANC. The ANC has failed to transform the lives of South Africans. In the midst of attempting to confront economic strongholds against black people, white monopoly capital has been left untouched. It is the ANC that negotiated itself into power on the basis of leaving the exploitative structure of the South African economy unchanged. It is the ANC which has presided over massive unemployment of our people, leaving over 40% of young people eligible to work without work. It is the ANC which has, for the past 23 years, refused to force the very same mining companies which have exploited our people for over a century to process our minerals in this country, to create more jobs instead of exporting raw materials to the developed countries. So there can be no harmonious living together in this country if the economy continues to be in the very same hands of a tiny foreign minority which has plundered our nation for centuries. There can be no harmonious living together if that tiny foreign minority still owns more than 80% of the land, and the ANC is okay about this whole situation. There can be no harmonious living together until South Africa truly belongs to her people, the dispossessed, the unemployed, the landless, and the ANC must give our people land, not tomorrow, but today. We must direct our anger to those who refuse to let go of their loot, those who own our economy and enjoy alone the fruits of what it has to offer. But we must realize that there is no defeating white monopoly capital without defeating ANC first. The ANC must fall. Only the EFF can free this country from tentacles of white monopoly capitalism. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nhleko.
Madam Chairperson, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair, a renowned African scholar, Ngugi wa Thiokgo, says, I quote, "It is the final triumph of a system of domination when the dominated start singing its virtues," I close quote. Our fundamental premise in this timely debate is that it must be properly historicized and located squarely in the brutal and inhumane legacy of colonialism and apartheid, the twin evils of what has also been described as colonialism of a special type. This vicious system, driven by the despicable expansionist ambitions of the capitalist system, not only dehumanizes people by making them feel inferior and self-loathing, but also reproduces the colonizing and oppressive ideology of the slave master in the mind and worldview of its victims. It is this tragic triumph of the master at the expense of the slave, the colonized and the oppressed that Ngugi alludes to. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, the replication and mutation of the dominant ideology in the mind of the oppressed, especially the internalizing of self-hatred that often finds callous expression through violence. The oppressed reproduces in the master's ideological diction, and like the master, aims this violence at the black body, the African body, the most denigrated body in human history. The Pan-Africanist thinker, Marcus Garvey, summarizes it this way, I quote, "Whilst others might free the body, none but ourselves can free the mind. The man who is not able to develop and use his mind is bound to be the slave of the other man who uses his mind," close quote. House Chair, it is a fact that even after colonialism and apartheid has now officially ended, the vestiges remain to define and prolong the trauma and trials of our times. Yesterday's nightmarish hour is still with us. Power relations and class relations in our society, in the main, still mirror the horror some thought we had long banished from collective memory. And of course, much to our dismay, what still stares at us with eyes of fire are the terrors of colonialism, apartheid, and capitalist exploitation, the legacy of the imperialist bloodletting and albatross of Eurocentric education. Certainly, it is premature and incorrect to think we have now reached a post-racism and post-class exploitation dispensation. On the contrary, we are now reaping the whirlwind thanks to those for whom we're nothing but children of a lesser God. Leanne Mulder, then a master student in philosophy, philosophy student at the University of the West Indies in Barbados, asserts this point. Following Marxist logic then, the class element was the overarching dominant factor in creating colonized education. But I argue that it would not have worked without religious and racist ideologies alongside it. These ideologies could, on the one hand, justify the capitalist exploitation of people of color and their lands and resources, and on the other hand, distract the working classes from their mutual goals and interests by having them focus on religious and racial differences. Class consciousness was thus significantly obstructed by false consciousness, close quote. In the year in which we celebrate the centenary of O.R. Tambo, who well understood the national and international character of our struggle and forged ties with many peoples of the world, especially on the African continent, the ANC is disturbed by the attacks on fellow Africans by other Africans. Surely this cannot be done in the name of our beloved land. We condemn such acts of barbarity with all the contempt they deserve. We regard them as one of the highest and appalling manifestations of mimicking the erstwhile master and doing his dirty divide and rule job, rooted as it is in the African's tragic self-hate syndrome. Sad as it is, some among us hate our fellow brothers and sisters from other parts of Africa. Over 300 years of brutality and subjugation have left indelible scars and mental slavery. Now is the time for our minds to be free, as Bantu Stephen Biko urged us. We will fight Afrophobia with all in our power, and also call on our brothers in other parts of Africa to be part of the solution and not the worsening of an already volatile situation. Ill-informed and prejudiced readings of the South African situation can only help perpetuate the erstwhile master narrative and threatens the broad solidarity and the deep historical ties that bind all of us as Africans. The police will continue to arrest and deal with anyone who breaks the law by attacking a fellow African, looting, and acts of intimidation. To date, the South African Police Service has arrested close on to 140 people on various charges relating to violent attacks on our brothers and sisters from other parts of Africa. We are aware that of late, genuine protests by citizens get hijacked by opportunistic elements, often bent on criminality and other nefarious objectives. It is imperative that even as one unconditionally condemns Afrophobic, xenophobic attacks and attitudes, some caution is taken. We must locate Afrophobia, xenophobia in a social historical context. Scholars such as Shose, Casey, and Kopane Ratele correctly argue that we must locate the scourge within South Africa's historical, economic, and political conditions, apartheid colonialism, and the wrenching jaws of globalization. Ratele's summation in 2015 still rings true. He says, until the vulnerability of poor black foreigners is seen in the light of the economic and social psychological vulnerability of poor black locals, there is little light in the tunnel. In all likelihood, the violence we have witnessed emerges not simply from xenophobic attitudes, but from multiple failures, socio-economic conditions, and social psychological vulnerabilities that have thrown together poor locals and foreigners in oppressive life circumstances, close quote. As government, we recognize and respect the right of South Africans to rise against the proliferation of drugs and other substances in our communities, like they've done before in the days of the liberation struggle, and protested against beer halls and shebeens. Our people have reached genuine levels of desperation and feel as if all is lost. Our people are right to fight for the end of this lawlessness that is ravaging our communities, family lives, and having a negative impact on our economy. Notwithstanding these legitimate concerns, the ANC government condemns unconditionally any attempts to target certain foreign nationals, the destruction of property, and threats to life in the fight against drugs and related forms of criminality. We cannot pretend that simply because our citizens are angry, and justly so, it is correct to murder, to loot, and to intimidate other human beings who happen to be our brothers and sisters from other parts of the continent. And certainly not in our name, and not under the watch of the ANC government.
Honorable Minister, can you take your seat? Honorable members, I've recognized you, but I would just like to ask all of us to appreciate that this debate is important, and other nationals, particularly those who have been affected, are watching at how we ourselves reflect on this debate, and I think it's important to take note of that. Honorable member, what's the point of order?
No, my point of order, on the point of privilege, Madam Chair, I want to know the honesty and sincerity of the minister who allowed smuggling of police to this house to
Order,
assault
honorable member.
members of the FF.
Order,
How
honorable
honest
members.
and loyal is he
Honorable Mhlongo.
to the fact of peace?
Honorable Mhlongo, can you take your seat? Order. Honorable member, you should have requested to ask a question. Then I would have asked the minister whether he would take your question. I will therefore not put the question to the minister.
Honorable members, it cannot be right that a true patriotic citizen protesting against crime would in the process commit a crime. Why would any sensible South African betray his or her country's constitution and good name in this manner? And that is why we are convinced that in the main, it is criminals who engage in such reckless and shameful behavior. Following the Afrophobic, xenophobic violence and incidents in 2008, the South African Human Rights Commission found that perceptions and the reality of corruption and indifference by some officials in our government was one of the main triggers. Surely as government, we must swiftly address this betrayal of our people by a few civil servants and some individuals. Honorable members, the ANC will not sit idly and watch our country trodden on by criminals. We have a plan and we are on the move. The Interministerial Committee on Migration, established by the President, has set up a technical task team, which in turn came up with 5 key strategic approvals and targets whose implementation began in 2015. Codenamed Operation Fiela, the SAPS-led plan yielded great results. This includes the arrest of 265 suspects on public violence charges, the tracing of 423 suspects wanted for various crimes, the arrest of over 240 illegal immigrants, the seizure of over 40 bags of dagga and other drugs, etc. Currently, the JCPS cluster is reviewing this strategy and will implement phase 2 of Operation Fiela, codenamed Operation Dineo. Also, the JCPS cluster has adopted a multidisciplinary integrated national action plan to reassert the authority of the state and ensure that those left displaced by Afrophobic violence enjoy a measure of protection from the state in line with the human rights tenets of our Constitution. As the JCPS cluster, we are also adopting a proactive approach in line with the SAPS's back to basic strategy. More police will be visible for patrols and swift response in key identified crime hotspots. I also wish to draw honorable members to issues of spatial patterns and the legacy of apartheid's town and regional planning, which was premised on sharpening superficial divisions of race and ethnicity, as well as ensuring that black people were kept outside of the cities, save for when they were needed for cheap labor on the mines, factories, and so on. We strongly condemn that as government, we possibly also have to look at how best to integrate foreign nationals from other parts of the continent, thereby advancing social cohesion. Finally, the ANC government will never abandon the peoples of Africa, irrespective of the stamps on their passports. Our sovereignty and control of borders will continue to be in line with the ethos of our Constitution and the rule of law. Ours is a history molded and solidified in the crucible of our common struggles against slavery, colonialism, racism, and the vestiges of neo-colonial violence. Our ties with the rest of Africa are lasting covenants, embers, and emblems towards a peaceful and prosperous Africa. The ANC government will never abandon countless citizens of our land, irrespective of race and ethnicity, when they cry out for help as drugs and alcohol threaten their livelihoods and our social fabric. Government will do all it can to bring about peace and safety in our society. Our people know very well the sinister ideological forces that push drugs in our society. The evil and ideological intent is to derail the socio-economic progress and in fact kill our nation. It is in that context that our people's rage must be understood, but never condoned once it tramples on the rights of others. I wish to refer to the wisdom of the leader of our glorious movement, uKhongolos, Ubaba Oliver Reginald Tambo, on the occasion of the commemoration of the 12th year of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights on the 1st of June 1968. He said, I quote, "Our fight is for justice. We cannot cease until we have won, as we will in time. And in achieving human rights for all men in Southern Africa, we will be making our contribution to the fight for human rights and freedom the world over." Close quote. Certainly, crime must fall and xenophobia must fall. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, by agreement between parties, I will ask the UDM to take the slot of the IFP, and then the IFP will take the slot of the UDM accordingly. Honorable Macheka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The recent upsurge of ugly community violence has cast a shameful light on South Africa. As a country, we have emerged from a struggle that ushered in constitutional, that ensures that universal rights were applicable to all human beings globally. We need to improve our system of managing the immigrants and refugees like all other countries do in our neighborhood. Our criminal justice system needs to be clean and treat criminal activities as such, even if it's done by a South African and/or the foreigner. Police must at all times do their work and stay free of corruption. It may also be prudent to consider rotating officials around police stations, as it is alleged they collude with drug dealers sometimes. Our state machinery should regulate, monitor, and manage the labor regime better and effectively.
The inclination to abuse foreign nationals for cheap labor should be avoided as this results in unwarranted violence. We must improve our immigration control system so that, amongst others, asylum seekers should be processed quickly and those who do not qualify for refugee status should be directed back home with immediate effect. We must undo the climate of hatred against foreign nationals and infuse the notion that immigrant communities are also entitled to equal legal protection like all South Africans. As a nation, we must never abandon the notions of solidarity that drove the struggle against apartheid and that was based on claims for universal humanity. Chairperson, ngamanye amaxesha zikhona i-reports ezimane zifika ezenza abantu babaxabane. Ithi le nto, reports have been made that in some cases they approach landlords and they are granted lease agreements, but later fail to pay rent. Bangafuni uphuma, bangafuni ne-landlord bingene kwi-property yakhe. Noko ke ezo zinto azithandeki. Kufuneke ke ngoku abantu bethu babe beyongena emagqotheni ngemali abangenazo. Nevertheless, we must make the call to all of us to stop the attacks against foreign nationals in our different associations and organizations. We must stand with other communities to stop the violence against foreign nationals. I thank you.
Siyabonga ilungu elihloniphekile uShelembe.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, my leader, the President of the NFP, our Constitution, which we adopted 20 years ago as the guiding document around which our society is ordered, has been hailed as a fine example of modern democracy. Fundamental human rights are entrenched and clear guidelines are laid down for transparent and accountable governance. Yet, despite liberal provisions of our Constitution, we find a lack of harmony between South Africans and foreign nationals. This lack of harmony flares up on occasion, and we call it xenophobia. We condemn the violence, and once the situation is brought under control, we go about in a business as usual manner. We keep on ignoring the fact that the lack of harmony continues to fester under the surface, waiting to flare up anywhere, at any time, again and again. The question we have to ask ourselves is why there is this lack of harmony. What is it that drives South Africans to the point where they would not hesitate to express their dissatisfaction in the most brutal of ways through the killings of others? The National Freedom Party believes that the answer is complex, but first and foremost, South Africans have no faith in the government's ability to implement its policy on immigration. Chairperson, we have to face some unpleasant truths. Corruption and inadequate border controls over the past 22 years have opened the floodgates of illegal immigrants who have settled in South Africa with impunity and are now competing with the poorest of our poor people for scarce social and economic resources. The National Freedom Party accepts that we have international obligation to shelter those who are in need of asylum, and we have a moral obligation to assist refugees who have fled from political violence. We also accept that South Africa stands to benefit from immigrants who bring with them scarce skills and investment, and we believe that the overwhelming majority of South Africans share this view. Chairperson, in our analysis, the root of the problem lies with illegal and undocumented foreign nationals, and those foreign nationals who abuse the hospitality extended to them by South Africans. Human and drug trafficking is high on the list of grievances that South Africans have when venting their anger and dissatisfaction about foreign nationals, as we have seen recently in Johannesburg and Pretoria. The National Freedom Party believes that it will take a long time and concerted intervention by government to address the lack of harmony between South Africans and foreign nationals.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mngwangu.
Honorable Chairperson, on Friday, this House celebrated 23 years of constitutional democracy in South Africa. In terms of our constitution, both citizens and foreign nationals enjoy legislative protection. Ours is, in fact, one of the few constitutions in the world in which this is so, and yet on the streets of South Africa, a vastly different scenario is unfolding. Xenophobia continues to simmer and perennially explode on our streets and in our communities. It has never been adequately and resolutely dealt with. There is no doubt that this is contrary to protection offered by the Constitution. The challenge, therefore, is multi-pronged and must be dealt with as such. Concerted effort must be made from a basic and adult education levels in which both our children and adults are taught the rights they so enjoy under our Constitution are applicable and depend on them, in turn respecting the rights of others. Mob justice must not be allowed to take root, and its underlying causality, which can be traced back to our citizenry, not accepting or coming to terms with the principle of equality before the law, must be addressed in our communities. The allegations that are often raised centering around alleged criminal activities by foreign nationals, including narcotics, trafficking of persons, and prostitution, must be left for the police to investigate and make arrests where necessary. Mob justice or vigilantism does nothing, in fact, but erode the rule of law and must not be allowed to take root. The SAPS have a responsibility to ensure that reported cases of criminality by any person, foreign or national, are investigated and that criminal elements in our societies are removed. On the question of foreign nationals taking local jobs, there remains no evidence in support of these allegations. They are incendiary and without basis, and it must be clearly communicated to all South Africans that misguided violence and anger of such nature will do nothing but destroy the very fabric of the democratic and free society we are trying so hard to achieve. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, this topic for debate raises issues that require urgent solutions, as in allowing them faster without resolution will only further entrench such societal conduct, and South Africa and all who live within her borders will be the poorer for it. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mulder.
Honorable Chairperson, the Freedom Front Plus strongly condemns the xenophobic attacks that took place recently. As recently as yesterday in Olivenhout-Bos in Pretoria, it happened once again. There is no reason for citizens to attack foreign nationals. It should not happen. We should not allow that. The Honourable Minister of Police made a speech this afternoon, and one of my problems with the ANC seems to be that you cannot go into the future always focusing on the past, because it means you go into the future with your back facing the future. The Minister gave us a lesson about white minority capital, about master and slave, about imperialism, etc., etc. With all due respect, Minister, your video with O Solo Mio on the Nkandla fire pool was better. With all due respect, this thing of xenophobia, where does it come from? It didn't just happen overnight. There's a long history why this happened. For 22 years, our borders and our ports of entry were misused, and people were allowed to come into our country. Now at Home Affairs, we are trying to take the necessary steps to do what is expected of us in the first instance. The second problem is this. People, foreign nationals who are here, are doing their own thing in the way that they would like to do that, and our citizens are complaining and say there are crime involved. Now, if there's crime involved, it should never be necessary for our citizens to take the law into their own hands. Our police services should handle these matters early enough that it never becomes necessary that our own citizens say, but we have to do something about this because our government fails us in that respect. Look what happened yesterday. By Leeuwenhout-Bos het dit begin as 'n betoging oor 'n gebrek aan dienslewering. Dit is wat gebeur het na bewering. Die mense sê hulle is kwaad want daar is nie dienste gelewer deur die plaaslike regering en die regering in die provinsie nie. Maar dit was nie lank nie, toe ontwikkel dit aan 'n geplunder en 'n lootery van foreigners se besighede. Suddenly, now foreigners' businesses are looted. How can we allow that to happen? What kind of message are we sending with that? Die rede onder andere is omdat die ekonomie in hierdie land nie groei nie, hier word nie werk geskep nie, die mense daar buitekant kry swaar en dit gaan nie makliker nie, inteendeel dit word moeiliker elke dag. The Honourable Kenye introduced the subject for discussion, and with all due respect to the Honourable Kenye, there's nothing to move, there's no motion on the table, it's a subject for discussion. Refer to the Freedom Charter. Yes, but then we must take it seriously when you say South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that is what the Freedom Charter actually says. But then we should take the views of all who live in it seriously as well. The ANC does not have only the answers to all the questions in South Africa. Wat die EFF betref, ongelukkig, it was not necessary to make this a racial debate once again. This is much more serious than that. Please don't do that. Let's take it seriously and send a message out there that we will not tolerate this kind of xenophobia. Let's make a success in our country. Let's do the right thing. The police services should do what they need to do. Home Affairs need to do what they need to do. But most important, we need to get the economy growing.
On a point of order.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is up. I'm not sure that, no. Order. Honourable Member, you can't direct the program. The time of the member had expired, unless he would like to take your question.
I'm rising.
Order, Honourable Member.
House Chair, I'm rising on a point of order. While
What
the
is your
member
point of order?
Can you instruct the member to sit down, please?
No, I can't because his time, I'll have to request him because his time was already up. You can take a seat. Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. Can the member take a question?
Honourable Mulder, can you take a question?
It's difficult to take a question after my time has expired, but I'll take a question, yes.
Do you think that you've got the right to tell Africans what to do amongst themselves about their internal affairs?
No, I've got a surprise for the Honourable Member. I am also an African, not only you.
Thank you, Honourable Lekota.
Thank you, Chairperson. The battle against xenophobia, the hatred for foreigners, must start with us reminding ourselves and our children that our forebears often said, "Motse hu ahwa wa morapedi," and also said, "Metse hu chamabapi." When you have a neighbor, the problems of your neighbor are also your problems. South Africa has got neighbors. We must start in the schools and teach our children that our neighbors are as valuable to us as we are valuable to them. And when they say "Mitsuchamabapi," they say when there is a problem in one family, the neighbors are affected. And you must understand those problems are going to spill over into you. It's a fire, the house is on fire, the next house will go on fire. When you educate children this way, they begin to appreciate the importance of living with other people. It is for this reason that right at the beginning, our forebears would then say, "Untsabe, kitle ke o tshabe." undoyike ndizokweyika okuthetha uba ke undihloniphe mamela kaloku awazi into undihloniphe ndizokwehlonipha.
Order, honorable member. Let's allow the speaker to
I don't
finish.
know what is what's the
Order,
problem?
honorable Lekota, can you proceed with your speech?
Thank you. Undoyike ndizokoyika. If you respect me, you assist me, you teach me to respect you. We cannot treat our neighbors, our foreigners with contempt and expect that they must themselves show us respect. In the first place, excuse me.
Order, honorable member, you can take a seat. What is the point of order?
I rise on a point of order,
What is the
Chairperson.
point of order?
Chairperson, the speaker on the podium says that we must respect him so that he can respect us. So we want to tell him that he must first respect the
Order.
president.
Order.
So we can respect him.
Honorable member, that's not a point of order. I don't think you heard the idiomatic expression of what was being said. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, once again, can I plead with you? The nature of the debate requires all of us to show the seriousness that it deserves. As I said earlier, it's not only South Africans that are watching this program, but even those who have been affected by such violence. And I think it is important that we do what is necessary to accord the respect that this debate requires. Honorable Ndlozi,
Yes, Chair.
what is your point of order?
I think that honorable member who just spoke must be called to order.
Honorable member, I've
Because-
already ruled on the member.
It's a new order, Chair.
In respect of what now?
He's eating gum in the
Honorable
house.
member,
He's eating
Honorable
chappies
member.
and he thinks we're going to...
Honorable member Ndlozi, can you please take a seat? You know that that's not a point of order. Honorable Lekota, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. The xenophobia that we are talking about, this hatred of foreigners, is about South Africans, and I'm talking about the point, South Africans ill-treating people from other countries who are in our country or who come to our country. I talk to the issue that we South Africans must teach
Order,
our...
honorable member, your time is up. Honorable Mishra.
My time finished.
Yes, we did factor in the other time. Order, honorable members. Can we please allow Honorable Mishra to take his space?
House Chairperson, despite summits, conferences, and the many initiatives and programs government has initiated to encourage social cohesion and nation building, deep divisions between community members are still glaringly apparent, and prejudice in its many forms remains a key concern. Stubborn racist attitudes from both whites and blacks and the stereotyping of foreign nationals undermines harmonious coexistence and respect for those who look different to them. The ACDP regrets and is saddened by the harsh and unfair treatment of foreign nationals in our country. We find these attacks and looting of their businesses deplorable and condemn them in the strongest possible terms. We believe this behavior is indicative of how violent, uncompassionate, and insensitive our society has become. The ACB believes that there are a few things that government can do to stop xenophobic attacks on innocent foreign nationals who have come to legally seek refuge and employment in our country. They include, firstly, that government should be seen to be promoting harmonious coexistence and respect for the rights of all persons, including foreign nationals and unborn babies. The right to life, particularly of the unborn and most vulnerable in society, must be protected by government. Secondly, government should investigate reasons and excuses that are used to justify attacks on foreign nationals. If one looks at where most foreign nationals are attacked, one would discover that it is primarily in the townships, and government should look at the reasons why this is the case. Many township residents, for example, have consistently complained that foreign-owned spaza shops are subsidized, leaving them unable to compete because their own government refuses to subsidize them in order to level the playing field. The ACDP urges government to look into these allegations as a matter of urgency. Unity and peaceful coexistence among locals and foreign nationals is possible. Take the example of Hillbrow. Somebody said Hillbrow. In Hillbrow, you do not have the kind of attacks on foreign nationals as we have in many of our townships. You have people there working side by side, and intolerance is very low, and threats of intimidation are not found. The ACDB believes that the rule of law should not discriminate on matters of criminality. Criminals must be punished whether or not they are foreign nationals or South Africans. Lastly, if government is to succeed in promoting harmonious coexistence and the respect for the rights of all, including foreign nationals, then they should also, among other things, shut down the ever-increasing number of brothels in our communities, because these brothels serve as centers for the proliferation of illegal drugs and have claimed the lives of thousands of children and torn many communities apart.
Honorable Mokhalapa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Democratic Alliance condemns any act of violence and xenophobia. Along with any form of discrimination, we support South Africa's role as a continental leader and stakeholder, and believe that legal immigration can contribute to economic growth, skills development, and job creation. We also believe that the problem of foreign nationals residing in South Africa illegally should be addressed, but in a manner that respects the fundamental human rights and dignity of those immigrants. The African Union's Agenda 2063 envisions a prosperous Africa with inclusive economic growth and sustainable development, integrated continent, and a continent that is politically united. It envisions an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. Chairperson, our Constitution shares these values and principles. It states in the preamble to the Constitution that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. This is an important feature of our Constitution, rightly enshrined in the Bill of Rights. However, the significant question we need to ask ourselves is this: does the actions of today's government show that they believe that South Africa truly belongs to all who live in it? The recent increase of violence against foreign nationals implores us to reflect on this question, and I'm afraid that the answer to this question is a resounding no. Recent events has shown clearly that South Africa's foreign policy falls short of achieving Afro-optimism and Pan-Africanism. Our government remains reactive rather than proactive in addressing the underlying causes of the growing hostility towards foreigners. One of the key issues in the hospitality mandate to provide jobs for 8.9 unemployed South Africans, and particularly for the lost generation, the millions of young people who have been abandoned by the ANC government. Madam Chair, inefficient practices at the Department of Home Affairs is compounding the problem of illegal immigration, as many foreigners wishing to enter the country legally are faced with almost insurmountable bureaucracy. In many ways, Home Affairs creates illegal immigrants through their own inefficiency. It is also a fact that our borders are too porous, and the government believes that the establishment of a border management authority will solve this problem. This is yet another example of the ANC trying to legislate their way out of the problem. Rather than fixing the existing mechanisms, not only is the current proposal unconstitutional, it is highly impractical and will only lead to waste of state funds. Xenophobia is irrational and immoral and should be rejected by each and every South African. Mutual coexistence and individual legal freedom of movement should be protected as enshrined in our Constitution. It is worrying that the President only last week said, and I quote, that we appeal to our people not to allow the actions of a few criminals to turn them against their brothers and sisters who are legally here. The President should know better, because of this statement could easily be interpreted as a tactic to go ahead for violent attacks against foreigners who are illegally here. Madam Speaker, it is becoming increasingly clear that There is a massive gap between what the ANC states their foreign policy is and what it actually is. For example, by ignoring a High Court order to arrest Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir and by unconstitutionally withdrawing from the International Criminal Court, the ANC government does not support a human rights-based foreign policy. It is now becoming clear that the ANC also does not respect and the promotion of human rights nationally. We implore on all South Africans to do what this government has failed to do and to show a sense of solidarity and respect for the dignity of our fellow human beings and to say no to xenophobic and to protect our
Honourable
brand South
member,
Africa.
your time
I thank
is up.
you.
Honorable Icasa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mantagalo has just been saying to me that this topic is not an easy one. It has got a lot in it. It was just said now, it can be started now from the family unit, the neighborhood, and so on. The rise of regional Afro-pessimism, disdain and intolerance against foreign nationals induces a sense of shame to the legacy of our freedom fighters. For instance, now we've got a human rights stalwart in our place by the name of Icasa. This person was born in Matatiela in the Eastern Cape to KwaZulu-Natal. The African Independent Congress enjoins all South Africans to exploit the proceeds of young democracy positively. We can afford to defy the current regime, but let us not spit ridicule to the founding values of our Constitution. In its preamble, our Constitution is very clear that we must, unquote, quote, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country. And South Africa belongs to all those who live in it, united in diversity, unquote. Honorable Chairperson, Icasa, for instance, our stalwart in Matatiel was exiled in Tanzania, in one of these African countries, where she remained active in her involvement in the fight against apartheid. Her request for freedom heralded into a constitutional settlement which envisions a society that is founded on the values of dignity, Ubuntu, and the Global Pact for Justice and Regional Integration. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa has signed the Global Accords on Justice and Peace. The foreigners that are assembling here in South Africa are entitled to work, they are entitled to trade, they're entitled to have a profession, to enjoy special amenities in this country. We have pledged our hearts to the human rights culture. Icasa, for instance, implored us not to subdue to the struggle of the stalwarts. The paradox, however, in this debate is that the government has failed to absorb people or the young people in the labor market. It is this neglect that has largely triggered Afro-pessimism. You are told that foreigners inhibit local competition and take locals' employment opportunities. The rights of foreigners in South Africa are frustrated by our government that has no regard for the talent of the young ones.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Pluama.
Honorable Chairperson, to kill and intimidate foreign nationals will not help us to solve our socio-economic problems. We must learn to face our hardships with humanity and treat our visitors with respect and attitude we expect when we are in their countries. Honorable Chair, some of these foreign nationals are contributing positively into our economy. We need to move away from the premise that they are here to take our jobs. Be as it may, it's fellow South Africans who are employing these fellow Africans. Honorable Chair, to attain this democracy, it would have been impossible if countries like Zimbabwe and Zambia and the intervention of eminent groups, which included former President of Nigeria, Obasanjo, did not play their role. Our democracy is a product of many sacrifices, here and abroad. We should never take for granted the role played by African countries in the world. Most of our leaders like O.R. Tambo, former President Thabo Mbeki, and others were protected by foreign governments during the time of the struggle. Honorable Chair, due to our history, our people are emotional and fragile. We need as leaders to guide them with dignity and watch what we say. Most of our people are disparate and unemployed, lacking basic infrastructure. But on the same token, we need to give them hope, practical steps on how they can reach their potential. Develop a caring government, not infested by corruption and bribes. Make sure that at the local level they are listened to, irrespective of political affiliation. We should be proactive, move away from this impression created by the elite of survival of the strong. Honorable Chair, our people are watching looting on a scale never seen before by the very same people they have trusted. When you have a president who breaks the law, what are we teaching our people? When you have a minister who's allegedly involved in rhino poaching, what are we teaching our people? When you have councillors who forget their own community, this leads to lawlessness and desperation. While we plead to our people to exercise restraint, the time has come for leaders of moral virtue and inspiring values to take charge. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mbinda.
Honorable Chair, South Africa belongs to Africans. It belongs to those who pays loyalty and allegiance to even this country, not to those who are living it. Not everybody is living here is allegiant and loyal to South Africa. So we need to correct this maybe. We need to educate our people and take them out of the danger of being deceived into losing sight of the objectives of our struggle. We cannot expect our people to live in harmony with others when they themselves are not in harmony with themselves. The socio-economic challenges that is confronting our people on a daily basis are inhuman, and thus dictates that there is bound to be friction amongst our people. Our people were told that they are free. I think that was 23 years ago. And they still see themselves the only ones in informal settlements, landless, poor, and less of human beings than others. Chairperson, we as the Pan-Africanist family, we have been called names over the years when we predicted some of these things and prescribed Pan-Africanism as a solution to all of this. All these borders across Africa are not natural, and what is more problematic is that they are part of the entire plan to colonize and disorganize us. We have African governments in almost 54 countries in Africa for 2 to 3 decades, but we are still living within the colonial plan of borders. Africa is one, and no one is more African than the other or less. As South Africans, we knew how African were involved in some of these other things. The apartheid masters were cracking the whip on us, and we ran to African countries for help. Today, we see thieves and thugs attacking our African brothers and sisters, claiming to be xenophobic, while Europeans are living in peace and luxury, benefiting largely from our means of production. As African people, we are landowners, not laborers, and we are made to be. The people who took our jobs are those who took our land. The same Europeans are the ones who are fueling the fight by seeking for cheap labor from our fellow African brothers and sisters. The issue here is the struggle for the ownership of resources, but it is misdirected. Lastly, as PAC will continue condemning criminality, irrespective of race, creed or color.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mbele.
Ngiyabonga, Sihlalo. The English philosopher John Locke, who laid much of the foundation of modern liberal thought, wrote that the primary duty of any government was to ensure the security of the nation and the protection of individual rights. This is how a government would care for its people. In return for the fulfillment of this duty of the government, the people would reciprocate in the social contracts by being law-abiding, which would promote a society of harmonious coexistence. On many fronts of governance and state delivery, the ANC government has failed in fulfilling this duty, showing that it does not care about the people. In so failing, the ANC has broken the social contracts that underpins the relationship between citizens and the government. This brokenness is starkly evident and has been for many years in the area of border security and policing. As a result of its misgovernance and mismanagement, the ANC has been creating and piling up the dry tinder that we have seen become kindled into bonfires of unrest and xenophobic violence over the years. The seeds of these flare-ups were sown in the inability of the ANC to create jobs for almost 9 million unemployed people in this country. They were sown also in the weakening of border security, creating porous and poorly controlled borders that make illegal immigration virtually impossible to police and curtail.
Point of order.
Honourable Mbele, will you take a seat, please? Why are you rising, Honourable Member? In terms of which rule are you rising?
Honorable Chair, I wanted to know...
Order, Honourable Members.
I wanted to know whether this is not the forum where he must...
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order. Continue, Honourable Member. Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Chairperson. While the stream of illegal immigration over the years has, on one hand, created the fertile context for periodic violent xenophobic outbreaks, the chronic neglect of the police service has, on the other hand, undermined and hollowed out the state's capacity to forecast and respond adequately to public unrest when it does break out. It will thus fall to the DA to do what Police Minister Nhleko has failed to do. We will fix our broken border security and police service when we come to lead national governments because we care. We will build a caring government that reconnects with the people through a social contract that all citizens can trust and put their confidence in. After 23 years of failed delivery, the ANC has broken the trust that it once enjoyed with the people. The people will soon place that trust in another government that deserves it and truly cares for them. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs.
Honourable Chairperson, at the June 1994 OAU summit in Tunis, President Mandela said, I quote, "Finally, at this summit meeting in Tunis, we shall remove from our agenda the consideration of the question of apartheid South Africa, where South Africa appears on the agenda again. Let it be because we want to discuss what its contribution shall be to the making of the new African Renaissance," close quote. On the occasion of this important debate, which has seemed in recent years to visit these hallowed chambers with greater frequency, and having listened to the speeches made this afternoon, I wish to pose the question, could we confidently assert that we are walking in Madiba's footsteps? The passage of time must not distract us from the path set for us by our forebears, and neither must the challenges of the moment obscure our vision as to what we must do to contribute towards Africa's renaissance. South Africa is built on the values of freedom, respect for human dignity, ubuntu, and unity in diversity. We also recognize our singleness with fellow African countries and peoples, and that we share together a common past and a common destiny. For these reasons alone, incidences of negative sentiment towards foreign nationals have no place in South African society. Ultimately, we are not judged by how we treat people in good times, but how we do so in times of difficulty. That we are a society preoccupied with the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and the frustration of so many of our people at the unfinished work of the fundamental social transformation of our society is frankly then no excuse at all. As Africans, when our harvest is meager, we do not turn our neighbors away. We divide the little we have and share it together. This debate is an apt reminder that we must lead society in remaining true to these founding values. As we abhor recurrent incidents of negative sentiment towards foreign nationals in some corners of our society, we should do so with perspective. The vast majority of foreign nationals in South Africa are documented and choose to be here because South Africa is one of the most dynamic, diverse, tolerant, Afropolitan countries on the continent, in which people with differences of race, color, gender, class, sexual orientation live in harmony. We are not perfect, but we have a lot to be proud of. We do not have much, yet we strive daily to make significant social progress. Sometimes, some among our citizens misdirect their frustrations at foreign nationals. In covering these issues, some amongst us want to fixate on whether government acknowledges that xenophobia is an issue in South Africa. Interestingly, we never hear that Americans, Britons, and Germans are xenophobic when some of their citizens attend anti-immigrant rallies or vote patently xenophobic leaders. Whilst these are surely not the standards by which we should measure ourselves, still no, I will not accept the statement that South Africans are xenophobic or Afrophobic. The issues are more complicated than that, and if we are to address them effectively, we need to acknowledge their complexity. Yes, there is anti-immigrant sentiment among some sections of our society, but these are in the minority. But unfortunately, it is a social reality that in times of difficulty or scarcity, there are people in society who use immigrants as scapegoats for their problems. This negative phenomenon is observable in many countries. It is not unique to South Africa. Where our people are complaining about the scourge of crime and other social and economic challenges in communities, we must work with them to confront it decisively. Government must go back to the basics of doing what government must do, to deliver on people's expectations. And politicians must refrain from seeking cheap popularity by stoking the fires of xenophobia, intolerance, and conflict. We must never attribute crime or causes of unemployment, particularly to immigrants. All crime is an ill to be fought. The effect on the victims is the same whether a crime is committed by a South African or a foreign national. We have also observed that criminality is a factor in incidents of so-called xenophobic violence. All of these factors of the problem must be confronted by leaders at various levels of our society without seeking to trivialize them or score political points, because the cost to human lives far outweighs whatever gains one party may score. We must firmly reject the tendency to target African immigrants and associate them alone and all together with lack of documentation, crime, moral depravity, illegality, and to view them as necessary targets for abuse, exploitation, and physical attacks. International migration is one of the major issues of our time, with enormous political, social, economic, and moral dimensions. Democracies around the world are responding to it in different ways. It is causing difficulty to much older democracies than our own, and has become a major issue in the politics of Europe and North America. Much as we have our own problems relating to international migration, arguably, South Africans are more open and tolerant of foreign nationals than citizens in wealthier countries. It is also worth noting that most countries easily admit foreign nationals they need for economic purposes, especially with critical skills and investment muscle. We have recently proposed a new approach to managing international migration, which we hope will go some way to addressing these issues. We believe South Africa must unite around a positive, pragmatic vision for managing international migration which advances our national interests and reflects our values. We have proposed that the management of international migration is not a matter for Home Affairs alone, but must follow a whole of government and whole of society approach. One of the most contentious areas is around managing economic migration from the continent, as this affects poor and working class communities and immigrants. I think this has less to do with South Africans being xenophobic or Afrophobic, but more to do with poorly regulated competition for jobs and resources between locals and economic immigrants, as well as lack of enforcement of existing rules. We should not dismiss poor and working class South Africans as xenophobic when they are raising genuine social and economic issues affecting them, especially relating to unscrupulous employers who use desperate economic migrants to exert downward pressure on wages and working conditions. After all, the middle and upper classes are largely shielded from such challenges. These unscrupulous businesses exploit equally South Africans whom they do not employ and immigrants whom they employ below the minimum standards as prescribed in law. In acting this way, they demonstrate the brutality of the capitalist system, which does not care for the humanity of its employees, so long as the system has the workers available in abundance and employers can pit them in fierce competition against one another and make super profits of all of them. In fact, research shows that it is for exactly this reason that businesses tend to lobby governments for more liberal immigration policies. While this debate is not primarily about international migration, I think it is important to highlight several points. Firstly, we are clear and unapologetic that the South African government must prioritize its own citizens for employment and economic opportunities. This is true of most, if not all, countries, and we are no different. Immigration policy is inherently protectionist in all countries, outside of regional integration arrangements, which are exceptions to this. And we will continue to regulate immigration in our national interest. In this regard, we insist that businesses operating in South Africa must comply with the regulations to ensure that no less than 60% South Africans are employed in all businesses, including those owned and run by foreign nationals in South Africa. Joint business inspections have been carried out in 56 business premises, resulting in 7 employers charged for employing undocumented migrants, and 147 undocumented migrants were arrested. As well as meeting businesses and their federations to seek a collaborative and proactive approach, we shall persist with the inspections. However, we must emphasize that whilst we carry out these inspections, we do not blame foreign nationals for high unemployment in South Africa, but we place the blame squarely on our untransformed racialized economy. Secondly, we must acknowledge that there are factors which limit our ability to regulate migration, such as large, porous land borders. Despite the best intentions, few, if any, countries, including those with far more means, are able to police their borders such that they can ensure that no human being crosses their borders unauthorized. We must manage our borderline and ports of entry to the best of our ability to protect our sovereignty, security, economy, and travelers themselves, South African and foreign. The Border Management Authority will aid this in providing a structure for integrated professional specialized border management capability. But it is neither possible nor desirable to seal our borders. Thirdly, all growing competitive industrial and knowledge economies are enhanced by an enlightened management of international migration. No country produces all the skills it needs all the time. Immigrants bring skills, knowledge, experience, resources, and human connections which enhance societies and economies, increasingly so in a globalized world. To think of immigrants only in the context of taking jobs from locals is therefore a mistake and short-sighted. By contributing to growth, they indirectly and directly create new opportunities for South Africans to take advantage of. Fourthly, We must swiftly and emphatically reject and bury the idea underlying too much of our public discourse around international migration that Africa is a problem. Madiba already directed us at the very advent of our freedom to contribute towards the renaissance of Africa. Our region of SADC and our beloved continent of Africa are our future. They are our partners in development, fellow members of an indivisible African civilization which is in the process of rebirth. We will not develop despite Africa, but with and because of Africa. Africa is a continent of 1.2 billion dynamic and aspirant people, increasingly urbanized with a large and growing middle class. We are a young continent whose workforce can, must, and will power a social revolution, especially as the populations of industrial powers age in coming decades. Our future lies in intra-African trade and regional economic integration. The advantage of being late developers is that we are the last exciting global growth frontier. We must bind together to bring about a common future. South Africa is a leader in our continent. Our commitment to democracy, peace and stability and common development is respected and embraced. Our companies are leading investors and players in many African countries. We cannot aspire to play a leadership role in Africa's development whilst closing our doors to all our fellow Africans who come to South Africa seeking economic opportunities. Neither can we provide leadership in isolation, secluded from the rest of the continent. Nor can we, and a handful of other countries, absorb the economic migrants of sister countries, absolving them of their own development responsibilities. We must find a balance. In this regard, as leading powers on the continent, South Africa and Nigeria must not fall into the trap of mutual suspicion and discord. The development of our respective countries and the African continent as a whole requires that we draw closer towards one another politically, socially, and economically. Let us never allow our common challenges, however difficult they may be, to cause antagonism between us, but let us rather confront them with a spirit of Pan-Africanism and brotherly partnership and dialogue. Finally, now and never, we must ground ourselves in our values. The issue of who belongs has too often bedeviled African countries throughout the post-colonial world, period. It has been at the heart of political divisions, violence, and even civil war. And this is not unique to South Africa, as many other countries, both in Africa and abroad, have been subject to political contestation based on identity, at times resulting in civil war. We must remember the wisdom, vision, and humanity we displayed when we proclaimed in the Freedom Charter that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and when we adopted a constitution which recognized the dignity and human rights of all persons, not only citizens or documented persons. This is a high standard we have set ourselves, but it is a right standard which we need to continue to strive to live by. We are a people of Ubuntu. We cannot deny the human dignity of others but expect our own to be upheld. These human values were the social genius of freedom-loving South Africans who were the midwives and architects of our young democracy. Now as never, we must affirm those values by living them, in good times and in difficult times. Ultimately, the most urgent challenge Africa faces with regard to migration stems not from the individuals migrating themselves, but from our continent's economic underdevelopment, which coupled with colonial borders has created inequitable migration patterns. In his preface to Adekeye Adebajo's book, Professor Ali Mazrui says, I quote, "Africa, since its partition, has seen its mineral wealth exploited for the benefit of others, its fertile land left undercultivated, its rich cultures destroyed, and its brain power drained to other parts of the world. At the center of this calamity is the role of the West in creating an international system that reduced proud Africans to the lowest caste of the 20th century. How will post-colonial Africans overcome this condition in the 21st century?" Close quote. Fortunately, the question Mazrui posed addressed not to victims anymore, but to the masters of their own destiny. It was to provide such clarity that Uncle Jack Simon said to MK combatants in Angola that African independence has concentrated on the transfer of political power, not on implementing a program of economic and social change. He thus concluded that, I quote, "The tendency in many African countries has been to maintain the old economic as well as political system. There has been continuity and not revolution," close quote. Herein lies our answer, honorable members, not to fight immigrants, but to implement a program of economic and social change throughout the African continent that would hoist the current neo-colonial relations at their own petard and bring total emancipation to all of Africa. I wish in conclusion to comment on the point Honorable Muda made that the ANC keeps harping on the future because keeps harping on the past. But therein lies in the past the crimes and injustices which the Honorable Mulder we would wish us to forget and ignore as we move forward towards a fictitious equal opportunities society.
Honorable Minister, your
Thank you
time is
very
now
much.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Kenye.
Nkosi Sihlalo. Nami andifakele kule ndawo kanye ithethwayo kamhlonitshwa uMulda. Kaloku ngesingekho lapha uba besilibala ngoba silapha nje kuba asikhange silibale imbali yethu apho sisuka khona. Akunakukhokela unomsindo unenzondo ungenaxolo nesiqu sakho unochuku. Ezinto ke sazoyisa singulombutho kaThambo, Tata uThambo, Tata uMandela, Tata uLuthuli. Mhla soyisa ucalucalulo kwelizwe lethu yolonto ndibulela zonke izithethi ebezithetha ngokwakha ubuzwe nobunye kwelizwe lethu kwiAfrika nakwihlabathi jikelele. Enkosi Sihlalo.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That concludes the debate on this subject. We now come to without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion of a notice? Honourable the Chief Whip.
On behalf of the ANC House Chair, we note with pride and appreciating that President Jacob Zuma has nominated Justice Mandisa Murindelwa Maya as the first female president of the Supreme Court of Appeal. We further note that Justice Maya will fill the vacancy that has occurred due to the departure of Mr. Justice Lex Mpati in 2016. We also remember that she has in the past acted as a judge at the Labour Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the Constitutional Court before being appointed in 2016 as an SCA judge. We further remember that in 2015, she was appointed as the first female deputy president of the Supreme Court of Appeals, and with her latest appointment, makes history again. We also understand that according to the Constitution, the president of the Supreme Court of Appeal is appointed by the president after consultation with the Judicial Services Commission. We further understand that the president has informed the chairperson of the JSC, Chief Justice Mukhweng, about his decision to nominate Justice Maya as president of the Supreme Court of Appeal. And lastly, we congratulate Justice Maya on her nomination as the first female president of the Supreme Court of Appeals. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The DA?
Thank you. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that South African Emlyn Culverwell and his fiancée sit jailed in Abu Dhabi for transgressing an United Arab Emirates morality law, being pregnant without a marriage certificate. Also notes that despite the UAE being a signatory to the Treaty on International Human Rights Law, hundreds of women are arrested every year in the UAE for sex without a marriage certificate, whether that is consensual or rape. Further notes that tomorrow is International Women's Day and that many countries still impose archaic laws that oppress women and violate their international human rights. Call on the Department of International Relations and Cooperation and the South African Embassy Consulate to answer the call of a desperate mother and do whatever possible to ensure the safety and release of this couple. Condemn this practice in support of international human rights and our very own Bill of Rights as contained in our Constitution. Convey our support to Mr. Culverwell's family during this terrible ordeal. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, the motion is agreed to. The EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the EFF that we note that the 6th of March 2017 marks 60 years since Ghana won its independence from Britain under the leadership of our father, that towering figure of African liberation, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Further note that Ghana, being the first sub-Saharan African country to obtain her freedom from the tentacles of corrosive colonial rule, inspired hope and courage, reverberating across the African continent, that nothing can stop African people acting in unity for the attainment of freedom. Acknowledges that Nkrumah's commitment to the African Revolution was captured in the commitment when he spoke in the independence of Ghana, that I quote, "We have won the battle and again rededicate ourselves. Our independence is meaningful unless it is meaningless unless it is linked up to the total liberation of Africa." Further acknowledge that Nkrumah's vision for African independence entailed the freedom of African people everywhere in the world and calls for unity of Africans wherever they are. Further note that the construction of decolonial institutions that Nkrumah wanted is grounded neither on the importation of faked external cognitive structures on the basis of advices from the same imperial predators who claim to represent African interests, or from the experts of international donor grant institutions whose interest is to appendage Africa's interest and history to the imperial explosive machine. Congratulates the people of Ghana for being a shining example to the rest of the continent and rededicate ourselves to the vision of Pan-African unity as expounded by Dr. Nkrumah. Thank you.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, and the motion is agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of the renowned South African author, Miriam Masoli Tladi, on 24th February 2017 at the age of 83. Remembers that the Johannesburg-born Tladi was the first black South African woman to publish a novel in English within the country's borders. Further remembers that she applied to study literature at the University of the Witwatersrand, but could not gain entry because of racial policies and instead went to study at the now University of Lesotho. Recalls that her groundbreaking novel, quote, Muriel at Metropolitan, close quote, was published in 1975 and banned 4 years later by the apartheid government. Further recalls that her second novel, Amandla, was based on the 1976 youth uprising and suffered the same fate shortly after publication. Understand that her outstanding literary work earned her several accolades and honors, including Order of Ikamanga in 2008. Further understand that her literature took her all over the world, including residency at Yale University in 1989, and lastly conveys its deepest condolences to her family, relatives, and all in the arts and culture industry of fraternity. I so move, House Chair.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby, on behalf of the IFP, move without notice that this House, 1, notes that IFP MP Dr. Mario Gaspara Oriani Ambrosini tabled a private member's bill, the Medical Innovation Bill, PMB 1 of 2014, before this House in February of 2014. 2, further notes that the object of the bill would seek to create a legislative framework necessary to allow greater medical innovation and research into innovative medicines and their use. Notes that after Dr. Ambrosini's passing, the IFP reintroduced the Medical Innovation Bill. Fourthly, commends the Department of Health and the Medicines Control Council for their efforts at creating the recently released for public comment Medical Control Council guidelines on the cultivation of cannabis and manufacture of cannabis-related pharmaceutical products for medicinal and research purposes. Finally, calls upon all South Africans to submit their comments to the Medical Control Council in this matter by the 30th of March 2017. I so move.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the NFP, I move without notice that this Honorable House notes that during the past weekend, a 29-year-old was burnt to death after 3 informal homes caught fire in Kabazela, north of Durban, and further notes that 25 people have been left homeless after a devastating fire destroyed 10 informal homes in Vrakvroeg informal settlement near Mazenberg on Monday afternoon. And finally, notes that the regular outbreak of fires in South African informal settlements often leads to tragic loss of lives and destitution for many. Wherefore, we call upon this Honorable House to convey its condolences to those who lost family members and loved ones in the fires and to those who are left destitute, and encourage all government structures to pay urgent attention to devise and implement preventative measures which will minimize fires in informal settlements. I so move.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, and the motion is agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that South African comedian Trevor Noah has been named one of Time Magazine's Next Generation Leaders. Further notes that the comedian is one of 10 people who made the list, which include artists, athletics, and actors. Remembers that the magazine has praised Noah for his work as the Daily Show host, while calling him the master of the eloquent Trump takedown. Further remembers that since his debut in 2015, the South African comedian has more than doubled the show's international reach. Recalls that Trevor, who pursued greener pastures in the United States in 2011, last year released his debut book titled Born a Crime, Stories of a South African Childhood, which garnered him 2 awards in the debut author and outstanding biography, autography categories at the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in February 2017. Understand the book was based on his life's experiences, having been born to a black mother and a white father in South Africa in 1984, while the apartheid regime was still in power and interracial unions were still illegal. And congratulate Trevor Noah on his latest achievement and for raising the South African flag high. I thank you.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, the motion is agreed to. The UDM.
Thank you, Chair. I move without notice on behalf of the UDM that the House notes 1, with sadness, the recent passing of the Eastern Cape High Court Judge, Bonisile Sandi. Number 2, further notes that Judge Sandi was an activist and a human rights lawyer during the struggle against apartheid. Like a colleague on the bench, the late Judge Issa Musa, who died 2 weeks ago. Number 3, recalls that Judge Sandi will be remembered as a virtuous man of principle with an eye for detail in his practice of law, both at the sidebar and on the bench. Acknowledges that the passing of Judge Sandy, the Eastern Cape Division, the High Court, and indeed the entire South African judiciary has lost a legal mind who served the bench with humility and dedication. Express its condolences to the family of the late Judge Bonisile Sandy, his friends and colleagues. I so move.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, and the motion is agreed to. Freedom Front Plus, the DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that on the 18th of February 2017, the body of Mike Maimane was found with multiple stab wounds in Ikageng, Potchefstroom. Also notes that Maimane was the only son of Tlokwi Potchefstroom Mayor Khotu Kumalu. Acknowledges that the case of murder has been opened and a suspect has been arrested. Also acknowledges that Maimane leaves behind a young child. Conveys our heartfelt condolences to Mayor Kumalu and the family and friends of Mike Maimane.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, and the motion is agreed to. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of EFF to move without notice that the House notes that on many occasions when socialist attempts failed, they are never given an opportunity to regain and self-correct, instead is condemned. Acknowledge that there is a global war against countries' self-determining right to decide on ideological path instead of the imposed failed capitalist system. Yet, when the capitalist system and financial market fail, limb from one self-inflicted crisis to another, leaving behind a trail of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, it is given ample opportunity to regain itself. Note that the 100th year of the beginning of the Russian Revolution must recommit us to the communist slogan that says, "Workers of the world unite. We have nothing to lose but your chains." Recognize that the African Socialist Revolution and Economic Revolution draw direct lessons from the Russian Revolution led by the revolutionary and visionary leader Vladimir Lenin. The EFF is the only party that truly represented the Russian socialist vision in the parliament. Not even the South African Communist Party, who's no longer the South African Communist Party, but have become the South African Capitalist Party. I so move.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion.
House Chair, obviously we object with contempt.
There's an objection. The motion is not agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the death of an ANC struggle veteran, former Robben Island prisoner, Monde Mkhungwana, who died of heart complications at the East London Private Hospital on Tuesday, the 21st, at the age of 68. Further notes that at the time of his death, he was serving on the ANC's National Integrity Committee, responsible for monitoring the moral conduct of party members. Thirdly, remembers that the Mtanzane-born Mkhungwana was imprisoned in 1963 for an alleged assassination attempt on the then Transkei Paramount Chief Kaiser Matanzima. Recalls that Mkhungwana is a descendant of Makhanda Kancele, a Xhosa warrior who led an attack against the British in Grahamstown, the municipality which is now named after Makana. Acknowledges that Mkhungwana was an intellectual with enormous influence and contribution to the education of other political prisoners in Robben Island, and therefore conveys its condolences to his family and friends. I so move, House Chair.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Go.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Congress of the People that the House notes that Sunfield Home Fortuna, situated on Farm Rietfontein in Balfour, Mpumalanga, cares for 89 physically and mentally disabled patients between the ages of 8 to 70. Further notes that Sunfield Home Fortuna is not an ordinary establishment, as each resident forms part of a very close-knit family. Notes with grave concern that 10 men forced their way into Home Fortuna at 10 o'clock at night on the 1st of March 2017, after attacking 2 residents and the manager with a crowbar, demanding 100,000 rand in cash. Further notes that vulnerable residents were tied up execution style and threatened with rape and death. Acknowledges that Home Fortuna does not keep cash and the manager was forced to write a check. Further notes with concern that the attackers threatened to come back and kill all the residents if a check is not honoured. Acknowledges that these residents are the most vulnerable members of our society and all measures must be taken to ensure their safety. We call on government, NGOs, the Lottery Board and South Africans to open their hearts and assist in putting security measures in place to ensure the safety of the residents of Home Fortuna. Calls on the South African Police Services to keep no stone unturned in arresting these attackers. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ACDP, the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that Akani Simbane became the first South African to run under 10 seconds in the 100 meters and 20 seconds in the 200 meters. On the same day in Pretoria on Saturday, the 4th March 2017. Further notes that this is the fastest 100 meters time on South African soil, beating the 9.96 he posted in his first race of the season a year ago. Acknowledges that Simbane climbed a 3rd place in South African all-time list in the half-lap sprint behind Anasa Jobodwana, 19.87, and Wade van Niekerk, 19.94. Further acknowledges that the 23-year-old runner became only the 2nd South African to break the sub-10 and sub-20 barriers in his career, after van Niekerk achieved the 5th list season. And he cracked up a unique record by becoming the first South African athlete to dip under both marks on the same day, and congratulates Akane Simbane on his new record. I thank you, House Chair.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The AIC, Agang, the ANC,
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on of former President of the Free State Division of the High Court, Judge Jacobus Petras Malhebe, on Wednesday, the 1st of March, at the age of 79. Remembers that he obtained an LLB degree from the then University of the Orange Free State and was admitted to the bar in February 1961. Further remembers that he was permanently appointed a judge in the Northern Cape in August 1984 and became a High Court judge in the Free State in 1985. Recalls that in April 2001, he was appointed as Judge President of the Free State Division of the High Court, a position he held until he was discharged from service at the age of 70 in January 2008, and accordingly conveys its condolence to his family and friends. I so move, House Chair.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The APC, the PAC, the DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the South African women's cricket team, the Momentum Proteas, were recently victorious in securing a spot in the ICC Women's World Cup. Further notes that South Africa will join teams from the West Indies, India, and Australia to take on the best teams in the world in England in June and July this year. Calls on more young ladies to join in and follow the lead of these amazing young women and get involved in the sporting world of cricket. Congratulates Coach Hilton Moring and his team on this outstanding achievement and calls on this House to join me in wishing the Proteas the best of luck as they prepare to represent our beautiful country on the South African sporting arena. I thank you.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that all South Africans cast will bring to life the story of struggle icon Solomon Mahlangu in a film launched at Kino Stelland in Pretoria on Saturday, the 4th, 2017. Further notes that the film, written and directed by Mandla Dube, tells the story of Mahlangu as a young man who became the voice of many youth when no one was listening to them. Remembers that Mahlangu, known as Kalushi, uses arrest and trial to speak for the masses. Further remembers that he was sentenced to death at the age of 23. Understands the cast includes Thabo Rametsi as Mahlangu, Thabo Malema, Lo Venter, Marcel van Herten, Welly Lenzuza, and Shika Badu. Acknowledges that among the actors in the film are poet and playwright Dr. who plays the role of
The African National Congress wishes to congratulate South African Ambassador Xavier Karim on his very recent election and appointment as the new chairman of the World Trade Organization Council. This is only the 4th time that this top honor has been conferred on an African delegate. Ambassador Karim was nominated by his African colleagues. South Africa and Africa, and indeed all emerging economies, will alongside their developed members benefit from Ambassador's commitment to the practical expression of transparency. His tenure as chairperson of the WTO Dispute Resolution Committee gives him the breadth of understanding the complex challenges facing members, but also his commitment to the principles of an inclusive multilateralism and his capacity to bring about consensus. Ambassador Karim, your service to your country, South Africa, and your international vision of cooperation will serve the process and effectiveness of the World Trade Organization. Once again, our best wishes. I thank you.
The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. Social Development Minister Batibili Dlamini is reliable in at least one respect. She can be relied on to duck responsibility and dodge questions about the crooked social grants contract with CPS. She won't say why she trampled the Public Finance Management Act in appointing her cronies without a tendering process to investigate how payments could be done by her department. She won't consider the commercial banks as distributors of grant payments because she makes the fantastical claim that they owe her department money. She won't reveal what she plans to do to make grants to get paid from April the 1st. She won't listen to Treasury when it tells her to curtail her improper relationship with Cash Paymaster Services. She has tried her best to avoid answering questions in SCOPA. She has avoided answering questions in the Social Development Portfolio Committee. She has created this crisis and by doing so has ensured the renegotiation of what the Constitutional Court described as an invalid contract. And she still will not tell the South African people how much more we will have to pay for the process rigged to benefit her cronies. The minister regularly bashes so-called white monopoly capital, but suddenly it's okay to do business with them, which begs the question, what's in it for the minister?
The EFF?
Thanks, House Chair. The decision by the ConCourt to grant Bongikosi Kanyile bail of 250 after spending 6 months in prison without a trial, and the acquittal of the EFF Northwest Provincial Secretary Papiki Babuile, who was wrongfully arrested for 2 years, is a clear sign of the fundamental problem in our justice system. The National Prosecuting Authority is no longer independent. Instead, it is now micromanaged by Mr. Zuma, who is using such critical institutions to our justice system and the Constitution to fight political battles, to prosecute opposition party leaders, and to close down campaigns on fees must fall. Even when Sean Abrams went to Litule House to receive political instruction from Mr. Zuma to clamp down on fees must fall activities, the Economic Freedom Fighters is disturbed by Mr. Zuma's announcement that the NPA director, Sean Abrams, will not be suspended. We condemn the use of the NPA as a tool for Mr. Zuma and his colonies to fight ANC factional battles. The EFF welcomes back the Provincial Secretary Papiki and wish him well as he resumes his duties and the Provincial Secretary to build stronger branches for EFF. Aluta continue.
Yes, why are you rising, Honourable Member?
House Chair, in terms of Rule 85, the member who has just read a statement was casting aspersion. She should have known better what to do in that case.
I'll check the statement, Honourable Member, and if necessary, I'll make a ruling in that regard. The ANC? Yes,
Chairperson,
yes,
just
Honourable.
before.
Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
No, can I address you, please? It will be respectfully.
In terms of which rule, Honourable Member?
I don't remember. You can check for me later. But
What
I
is
want
it
you to. I want to request.
No,
you,
what is
Chair.
your intervention on? Just tell me what the intervention is on.
It's on the matter of aspersions. May I ask you, Chairperson, respectfully? When I stand and say somebody is casting aspersions, it's important for me to firstly say what those aspersions are before you rule.
Honourable Member, I've
So
said...
that we know, I mean, what is...
Honourable Member, I've said I'll look at the motion or the statement that was made and I will make
But
the
this
ruling.
guy must say what the aspersions
No, Honourable
are
Member, take
first.
your seat, please.
You find that he doesn't know.
Take your seat, Honourable Member. Take your seat. The ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order, Honourable Members.
The ANC commends the progress made by its government since South Africa won the bid to host the Square Array.
Order, Honourable Members.
The Square Kilometre Array Telescope, the SKA, together with its precursor, the Meerkat Telescope, have continued to make important contributions to socio-economic development, particularly in the Northern Cape, by uplifting the local community with businesses and work skills, as well as boosting the economy of the province. The Square Kilometre Array has created more than 7,000 work opportunities in the province through the construction of Cat 7, Meerkat, and other related projects. Local construction companies are prioritized and are benefiting generously via this project, and more than 67 million is being spent on local suppliers and on local contractors for the 2015-16 financial year. This demonstrates that the ANC government's investment in science and technology is yielding results, as this project has indeed led to jobs creation, as well as the diversification of the economy through the creation of artisan and maintenance jobs and the promotion of science.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
As a career of choice. I thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. This statement goes beyond the motion without notice that was moved early on. The Medicine Control Council yesterday released guidelines for public comment relating to the cultivation and manufacture of cannabis-related pharmaceutical products for medicinal and research purposes. This is a great step forward by government and a great stride for the use of medical cannabis in South Africa, as spearheaded by the IFP. As we understand it, a legal framework is proposed to be created in terms of the Medicines and Related Substance Amendment Act 14 of 2015, which will make provision for the licensing of manufacturers of scheduled substances. Honourable Chairperson, last Friday, this Parliament celebrated the 20th anniversary of the adoption of our Constitution. Today, we celebrate a strengthening of our constitutional rights to health and a choice of medical treatment. South Africa today stands as a shining example to the rest of the continent and the world as we take medicine and medical care forward into the next century. Thank you.
The UDM.
Thank you, Chair. The UDM highly appreciates the decisions taken by the South African Rugby Union on two critical aspects of the Springboks. The fact that only overseas-based Springbok players with more than 30 test caps will be eligible for selection in future will assist in stabilizing the development of future Boks whilst they are locally based in South Africa. It was always of serious concern to us that loyal players could be replaced willy-nilly by overseas-based players. The continuation of the services of the head coach is most welcome too. This is in line with the transformation process based on qualified capacity. We reiterate our statement in the old assembly during the last visit by Saru to the Portfolio Committee on Sport that he must be given enough time to settle down and just do it for South Africa. I so think.
The ANC.
The ANC acknowledges that the investment by the ANC-led government in no-fee schools is producing great results. No-fee schools in Gauteng in particular had improved their pass rates from 77.9% in 2015 to 79% in 2016. Quoting words from the MEC of Education in Gauteng, it is now not uncommon that a school like Sikanontwane High School in Soweto with a pass rate of 98.7% performs comparatively as well as an established school like GP Boys High School that achieved 98.4%. Sikanontwane High School, a no-fee school that has produced leaders such as current Deputy President, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, obtained 26 distinctions under the leadership of Principal Ms. Mukwena. We congratulate such outstanding performance by Sikanontwane High School. Keep up the good work. We depend on you to produce engineers, pilots, scientists, and doctors. You must aim for a 100% pass rate for the year 2017. Icasa.
The APC. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC is committed in ensuring that all South Africans live in decent conditions in suitable human settlements. As such, it applauds the setting aside of 23 million to build 202 houses for people living on farms in Volkrust and surrounding areas in the Pixley Icasa local municipality and the Sibane district municipality in Mpumalanga. It also commends the provincial government for prioritizing the elderly, orphans, child-headed household, and people with disabilities as beneficiaries of these houses. Apart from the 202 units planned to build in the area, 74 units have been completed, 103 are at a roof level, and 17 at wall-place stages of construction. Provisions of decent housing has been one of the ANC government's most successful programs, which has ensured that more than 22 million people have been provided with housing over the last 2 decades. In real numbers, this translates to more than 4.3 million houses and subsidies. The ANC welcomes this ongoing program of providing houses to our people, especially rural and farm dwellers, to give them an opportunity to live in decent and sustainable houses aimed at restoring dignity to their lives. I thank you.
The DA.
Chairperson, corruption kills opportunity. Corruption kills service delivery. And the biggest perpetrators of corruption sit across the floor from us. I quote from an email sent to Oscar Mabuyane, the Provincial Secretary of the ANC in the Eastern Cape, on 20 February 2017, from the Provincial Convener of the ANC's Progressive Youth in Business, Sive Nombembe, and I open quote, I responded to a tender published by the Nguma local municipality for the supply of refuse bags on a multi-year contract. Knowing that most decisions require political assistance, I then approached Comrade Terrace Ntutu, the Regional Secretary of Amatola, to assist me in clinching the contract. He agreed to do so, but requested that when he from time to time asks for financial assistance for his personal needs, I should first guarantee that I will oblige, to which I agreed. I now want to confirm that the various transactions coded using the name of the ANC, its leagues, and other MDM structures were payments made in fulfillment of that undertaking, close quote. Clearly the ANC is well aware of corruption at municipal level, and clearly it condones it. Otherwise, Minister Van Rooyen sitting over there and the various law enforcement agencies would have taken steps to stamp it out. The Prevention of and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act exists to address this, It is high time it was used to the full against those who participate in corrupt activities, no matter how high the office they occupy.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. The EFF.
CEFF sinenkinga yokungakhathalelwa kwabantu base
Order, honourable members.
sinenkinga yokungakhathalelwa kwabantu baseKuseng lapha emfuleni kunemizi eminingi ebhidlikayo ngenxa yobudedengu bomasipala umphakathi wakuleya ndawo wonke usenkingeni kuyimanje awazi nokuthi uzogudlulela kuphi imizi lapha yonke igcwele amanzi nendle intanda ngaphandle ngenxa yamapayipi amadala ofanele ngabe kade ayashintshwa ngendlela yomasipala abahluleka ngayo ukuthi balethe intuthuko nokunakelela izidingo zabantu emphakathini besingacela ukuthi lo mthetho ogunyaza ominister unomhulumeni ukuthi bengakwazi ukuya komasipala bakwazi ukuthi balungise inkinga uphele ngoba omasipala bona bayahluleka ominister bayiqhubeka bese ngizothi ke la ku minister uFan Royal no minister waka water and sanitation akabeyeke kulobe landelana nalendoda le yamagupta kabe phume bayobheka umphakathi uyafa lapha yana ogoga basakwazi ngisho ukuyohola impesheni bahamba phakathi emanzini ngisho imoto ngiyacela lapho sihlalo ubayeke
Honourable member, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Your time has expired. Why are you rising, honourable member?
I apologize that you didn't hear me, Honorable House Chair, while the Speaker was still on the
No,
floor.
you see,
Rule
honourable,
85, Chairperson, Rule
yes,
85.
honourable member,
Aspersion.
before you continue, you see, that's why when honourable members make these statements, order, honourable member, it's important that I can listen to them. Now, with all this noise going around in the chamber, it's virtually impossible even to follow the translation that is here. I really plead with all members, especially the members also sitting there at the back, that we should listen and give an opportunity to the presiding officer to be able to follow the proceedings. Let us cooperate with one another, please. The point of order, honourable member.
Rule 85, House Chairperson, the member is casting aspersion to Honorable Minister Van Rooyen.
Honourable member, as I've indicated, order. As I've said earlier, I will check the statement of the member and then I will make a ruling if necessary. The ANC. Order, honourable member, you've not been recognized. Order.
The
Order, honourable
ANC
members.
welcomes the outcome of the 2 municipal ward by-elections that took place in the Eastern Cape and Free State on Wednesday, the 1st March 2017. The African National Congress retained the 2 wards it won in the 2016 municipal elections. Once again, these results are the confirmation of the people's confidence in the ANC. It also demonstrates the trust the people still have in the leadership and guidance of the ANC as a party with the experience, a vision, and a track records in terms of lifting our people out of extreme poverty, including expanding housing and basic services. The ANC values and does not take the support of the people for granted, and calls on the election public representatives to work hard to resolve our people's problems and ensure service delivery and robust oversight. I thank you.
Ahang.
Point of order on Rule 85.
Yes, honourable member.
I think the honourable members are casting aspersions on the ANC by saying he's doing a good job.
No, honourable member.
It's very wrong.
That's not the point of order. Take your seat, please. Take your seat. Ahang.
Thank you, Chair. Arang SA would like to take this opportunity to remind the Deputy President, to reprimand the Deputy President by remaining quiet when our public institutions are polluted and corrupted. The Deputy President, Cyril Ramaphosa, who chose to remain quiet when the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Finance are harassed by the Zuma faction. The Deputy President has become a shadow of former self. He lacked the courage to confront the President, who has become nucleus where all crooks draw inspiration.
Honourable Pluama. Will you just take your seat, please? What's the point of order, honourable member?
The honourable member knows that he must submit a substantive motion in that regard, Chair.
Honourable Pluama, you know when we deal with Rule 85, it is there for a very specific reason. That if you have a specific issue that you want to deal with an honourable member of the House, one, parliamentary convention says firstly that you must submit that, and it's contained in Rule 85 in the form of a substantive motion. That motion is directed at the Deputy President, who's a member of this House. And as such, you require by the rule to submit a substantive motion on that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister Pravin Gordhan and Deputy Minister
Honorable Pluama,
are like orphans who
Honorable
are abused
Pluama.
by Rudy elements.
Honorable Pluama,
Yes.
if you simply continue with the statement, I hope that you won't cast any further aspersions, because unfortunately I have to stop you and I will ask you to submit the substantive motion to the table, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I won't cast any, whatever it is. Honorable Chair, we have reached a paralysis state. No one knows where the ANC is taking our country and people. The ANC of today lack leaders of Bram Fisher and Josh Luva character, who were willing to sacrifice the comfort of their families and careers for the general good. The ruling ANC has become a dry leaf licking substance. My fellow South Africans, the ANC has become an angel of despair and tormenting souls. The Guptas and the Zuma family and friends are the ones who benefit most. Social justice to our people is a secondary issue. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Mr. Darby Creel on Friday, the 3rd of March 2017, pleaded guilty to a criminal injury charge in the Durban Magistrates Court in relation to his comments that offended Hindus when he described them as, I quote, idol worshippers on Facebook last year. His post related to the use of fireworks over the Hindu festival Diwali. The ANC believes that the guilty plea to the racist comments on Facebook by Darby Creel is just a technical approach rather than a real show of sincere remorse. We believe he is now pleading guilty because he realizes it is impossible for him to argue this case and win in a court of law. The ANC believes that the days of making racist comments and then apologizing are over. We request a heavy sentence that should include jail time for Mr. Creel to send a strong message to all other racist individuals who are not prepared to participate in our democracy and transformation agenda in a democratic South Africa post-1994. This will serve as a warning to everyone that there is no space for racism in South Africa. His comments were extremely racist, and therefore he cannot be allowed to go free with just an admission and not an apology. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ANC's foolish visa rules cut the number of tourist visits to South Africa by 600,000. Now, despite this, the DA has secured a massive increase in tourism to the province because we have worked tirelessly with industry and also stakeholders to achieve this. The Cape Town airlift strategy has secured 6 new routes and 8 route expansions, resulting in over 500,000 more two-way seats into the city. Now, since July last year, these additional flights generated 3 billion rand in tourism spend for the Western Cape. Now, the Cape Town airlift strategy is a partnership between the Western Cape government, the City of Cape Town, the Airports Company of South Africa, and Cape Town Tourism. International air arrivals into Cape Town are increasing by 22% year on year, and during the month of December 2016, there was almost 30% increase in visitors compared to the number of tourists during the same time in 2015. British Airways also last summer added 3 additional flights from Gatwick to Cape Town, and last month, Lufthansa Airlines launched a flight from Frankfurt. There's also now a daily flight between Cape Town and Luanda. Mr. Chair, the message could not be clearer. While the ANC destroys jobs, the DA will create them. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The glorious movement, the ANC, welcomes and congratulates the Mpumalanga Department of Health together with the National Department of Health for setting aside 569 million rand for a brand new state-of-the-art hospital for the Bethel community in Govenbeki District Municipality areas in the Mpumalanga province. The new high-tech facility will replace the old structure, which was officially opened in 1943. The construction is anticipated to take about 35 months, with an estimated 300 jobs created during this phase. The ANC welcomes the political wisdom of not interrupting health services during the construction process. On the other hand, the ANC appeals to the Mpumalanga Department of Health to ensure that when the state-of-the-art facility is completed, it should have adequate and competent health professionals to serve our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? The Minister of Basic Education, followed by the Minister of Social Development and the Minister of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, and the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform. The Honourable Minister of Basic Education.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, indeed, Chair, I really would want to join Member Mabaso for celebrating the new improvement that we are seeing, especially in our township, rural, and farm schools. And indeed, the performance of Skanontuan and most other township schools was a feat to be celebrated. And I think as member, we should continue to support these schools, because if we are to see continuous improvement in the system, it will only come from these township schools and rural schools, because our Model C schools are already functioning to their optimum. So I really agree with the member and say we have to support them, and it is confirming that our system is a growing system, and these are green shoots which are encouraging. And thank Member Mabaso.
Honourable Minister of Social Development. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Order.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi nina njengoba nilwela amabhange kangaka yini enizoyithola. Okwesibili, azange sikhulume ngendaba yamabhange kuphela. Sishilo ukuthi amabhange sizosebenza nawo, kodwa nithatha lokho enikuthandayo. Okunye, i-radical socio-economic transformation ayiyona inkondlo, iwumsebenzi lo faneke niwenze nina, niyeke ukonqila. Okunye engifuna ukukubuza ukuthi yini i-ICEM isenta yayithatha phi imali sebenza nohulumeni wala eWestern Cape.
On a point of order.
Ikampani Hunters Caras.
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister.
Take a seat.
Will you just take your seat, please? Why are you rising, Honourable Member, in terms of which rule?
I'm rising on a point of order, House Chairperson.
In terms of which rule is your point of order, Honourable Member?
The Honourable Minister says 92. Says
92 doesn't say that, Honourable Member.
Well, you'll find it. It's
you're taking a chance. That's
Honourable,
not
can you listen to the substance of my order, Chairperson?
No, Honourable Member.
I'm rising on a point of order, which is Rule 92.
That point of order, the Rule 92.
But can you listen first?
No, Honourable Member.
Can't you listen first?
Honourable Member. Honourable Member. It is my task as the presiding officer to guide you when you are obviously wrong.
Okay, but
and in this
don't
instance,
suppress me,
in this
bro.
instance, you are wrong. You're raising the wrong rule.
Okay.
You can't say you're rising on point 92 based on point 92. What is that?
No, I said I'm rising on a
Doesn't
point
make
of
sense.
order. You asked me which rule.
So
I
what
said
is the point of
92.
order about, Honourable Member?
You're taking chances. The minister.
Order, Honourable Members.
The minister says.
Order.
The minister says that our concerns around radical economic transformation.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. That's a point for discussion and debate. That is not a point of order.
House Chairperson, can I say my point of order?
No, please take your seat.
But you can't allow a minister to call us drunk.
You had the opportunity to make a member's statement.
Said we must, us who are concerned about the radical economic transformation, must go and drink.
Honourable Member.
So it's allowed for a minister to insult us.
No,
That's
Honourable
not
Member.
even aspersions.
No, Honourable Member. Honorable member.
Honorable Frorik, do you hear Zulu?
Please.
Because you're going to render this house ungovernable.
I'll check the statement.
No,
I'll check
but
the statement.
But
in
you just
this
said I must sit down. Now
translation
you're going
here,
to
it
take the
didn't- it didn't
statement.
come through.
Your
Please
intention is to suppress me.
Please take
She must
your
not say
seat.
people must go drink.
Honorable member, take your seat. Take your seat, please. Please take your seat. Honorable member, please take your seat. Order, order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. No, honorable member, take your seat. I will check what the minister has said and I will come back if there's anything with the ruling. But I didn't pick it up in this translation. Honorable member, take your seat. Take your seat, honorable member. Honorable member, please take your seat. The honorable minister.
Chairperson, someone from that side said, "Ngiyanqila."
No.
That is why I also used.
Okay, point of order.
Honorable,
Point of
take
order.
your seat, honorable member.
Me.
Honorable member, take your seat, please. Take your seat. We want to listen to what the minister says. Honorable minister, I indicated that I will check the Hansard in terms of what was said. Will you now continue with your ministerial response, please?
Itenda engazangi advertiswe eyanikezwa uHunt Lascaris oyi-advisor kaPremier. Kube khona itender that was given to a bankrupt company eyayenza i-construction and they even did not finish the houses of the ordinary people. And sikhathele nina
Order, honorable members.
niyenze i-corruption nibize ngokuthi you are whining and dining nithi i-collusion nibe corrupt. So
Order.
Point of
Honorable
order, House
minister.
Chair.
Honorable minister, please take your seat. Honorable members, I'm not going to allow this type of conduct. I'm not going to allow it. If you continue in this vein, then the essence of members making statements and ministers responding becomes futile. Let us give an opportunity, whether you don't like what the minister says, the minister has a right to respond in the statement. So let's give us the opportunity to do so, please.
Order, House Chair.
What is your point of order now, honorable member?
House Chair, the minister, she doesn't respond to the member
Honorable
statement.
member, please take your seat.
No, she doesn't respond.
Take your seat. Continue, honorable minister.
I'm trying to use a yonke opportunity engnayo to say to South Africans, on the 1st of April, all beneficiaries will get their grants. Thank you very much.
Order. Order. The Honorable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
House Chair, I must indicate that the ANC-led government commitment to fight corruption is very apparent for one to see. House Chair, unlike the old order apartheid system, which concealed corrupt activities as conducted by Bancorp, the ANC-led government has revealed that because of its systems against corruption. I must indicate, Honorable Chair, that the very same apartheid system that we are referring to, the very system that didn't allow corruption to be exposed, benefited majority of the people who are sitting on my right. It is our corruption-tied systems as an ANC-led government that expose the collusion that is there in the construction companies, which are mainly benefiting some majority of them on the right. It is the ANC-led government-tied corruption management system that made it a point that we are able to expose some shenanigans within the banking systems as we speak. I must indicate, House Chairperson, that our local government system, the legislation that is providing for procurement in this system is so tight that it doesn't allow anyone from the outside to manipulate the system. We have bid committees, we have evaluation committees that are manned by competent officials of this system. Now I hope, honorable member, as a so-called loyal citizens, law-abiding citizen of this country, he has opened a case because it can't help for you to come here and grandstand with such serious
Honourable
allegations.
Minister, your time has
I
expired.
hope you have opened a case.
The Honourable Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform.
Chairperson,
Yes.
on a point of order.
What is the point of order in terms of which rule?
Chairperson, that minister was just casting aspersions on me.
No, honourable member, I'll check. I didn't hear the aspersion, but I'll check. Continue, Honourable Minister Nkwinti.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Chair.
Order, honourable members.
Honorable Chair, I'd like to really address South Africans and say the following things, only two. Obsession with the African National Congress. That is what the Nationalist Party distinguished itself about during the years of apartheid. And it failed to destroy the African National Congress.
Honourable Minister, will you just take your seat? Why are you rising, honourable member? And in terms of which rule?
I like the haircut of the minister.
Take your seat, please. Don't waste our time, honourable member. Don't waste our time.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Chair and fellow South Africans, now, during democracy, there's obsession about the African National Congress by the opposition parties in this House, trying to kill the ANC and destroy it. They are spectacularly failing.
Order, honourable members. Order.
They are spectacularly failing to do so. There is evidence that's just been said right now, the victory of the ANC in by-elections. Because these members in this House in the opposition, you fellow South Africans, you were expecting to hear from them viable policy alternatives to those of the ANC.
Order, honourable member.
What are you getting? Dololo. We must thank them, Honorable Chair, the ANC, let us thank them. Let us thank them for helping the ANC to hone and sharpen its policies. Thank you very much, because all that you are doing every day we sit here. Fellow South Africans listen to you critiquing and even humiliating
Point of order.
the ANC.
Point of order.
Nothing that comes from that side
Point
in
of
terms
order.
of viable
Minister,
Point
your
of
time
order.
has now
policy.
expired. Thank you. Why are you rising, honourable member?
Yeah, the time was done.
No, honourable member, I'm being advised here from the table, the minister's time was not done.
Yeah, but I also think in terms of Rule 132, House Chair,
yes,
ministers must not abuse us. They are supposed to respond to the statements of honourable members in the House, not their imagination, and take opportunity to respond to everything that comes to their imagination.
Honourable,
nobody spoke about the fall of the ANC in the statements made. I mean, that doesn't exclude the fact that it is going to fall.
Take your seat, please. Take your seat. Take your seat. The minister's response was completely in order and in line with the rules. The Deputy Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Order, honourable members.
Indeed, you must congratulate Premier Zille in the Western Cape, together with the other premiers, for the work that they are doing together with the President. The work that they do in the Presidential Coordinating Committee and in the PICC. Indeed, the numbers in tourism are a reflection of the work that is done here, and it's not only the only area. Also in the area of infrastructure, are very confident and very happy of the work that she is doing here. But we must point out also that, and also to request that there's a particular matter that we need to address here. Racism in tourists of color in this area is rearing its head. We need to challenge that. Another issue, racism around property development when other people of other color want to come into the Western Cape and buy property must be addressed too. And that we are raising it because within the content of what all the premiers are assisting, she's excelling in the specific areas, others are excelling in other areas. For instance, Premier Matabata in Limpopo is doing very well because if you look at the differences in terms of increases in employment, his province is actually leading in that. So we need to congratulate the premiers for the work that they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Are there any further ministerial responses? None. That concludes ministerial responses. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of a motion? The honourable member at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debate the challenges with regard the accessibility of primary health care for farming and some rural communities. I so move.
The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the DA that at its next sitting, this House debates the importance of Section 16 of the Constitution, affirming freedom of expression as a critical cornerstone of our post-apartheid constitutional democracy, especially in the light of State Security Minister David Mahlobo's attack on the media and calls for social media regulation. I so move.
The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that in its next sitting, the House debates an alternative agricultural model that would incorporate social, cultural, and environmental benefits for poor black South Africans. I so move.
The ANC.
Ndza susumeta hi ku yimela ANC leswaku eka ntshamo lowu landzelaka huvo yi jekajekisana hi nkoka wo seketela ti-cooperatives tanihi switirhisiwa swo tumbuluxa no hangalasa rifuwo. Ndza khensa.
The IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Ankara Freedom Party, I shall move at the next sitting of this House debate, that in a constitutional democracy such as ours, that the MPs in the highest legislative body in the land have the right to choose which medical aid scheme they want to belong to. That all its members are held hostage to a single medical aid scheme, PARMED, have no choice or freedom to contract with any other medical aid scheme and are subject to extraordinary medical aid costs with less benefits than most other medical aid schemes. Thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the NFP that at its next sitting, the House discuss the issue of the sharp increase in illegal mining and its associated gang warfare in South Africa, and the cost associated therewith to the South African taxpayers. I so move.
The ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that at its next sitting, the House debates the issue of ensuring communities desist from disrupting classes during protest actions. I so move.
The UDM.
Dimasiari Africa Chipembe. I hereby move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House in its next sitting debates the high rate of road fatalities in South Africa, its impact on the South African economy and measures on how to reduce it. Thank you so much. I so move.
Freedom from Plus. The DA.
Voorzitter, hiermee gee ek namens die Democratische Alliansie kennis dat hierdie huis
in die volgende sitting die verdoemende rol wat Romslom speel in die stryd van die verlore generasie, die stryd om deel te word van 'n inklusiewe ekonomie deur middel van die begin van 'n klein sake besigheid te debatteer. Ekskuus.
The EFF.
I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that at the next House sitting we debate the gender representation in the appointment of judges and justices.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates strengthening and accelerating the implementations of the mechanism geared at curtailing the soaring crime, especially in townships. I so move. Thank you.
Go. The ACDP. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates strengthening measures aimed at lowering the deadly effects of the increasing scourge of TB in South Africa. I so move.
The AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of African Independent Congress that this House in its next meeting should have a debate on how to restore the dignity of the National Assembly and how we can salvage its official stature. So move.
Agang. The ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting this House debates ways to deal with the plight of jobless graduates in the country.
The APC. The PAC. The DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates why temporary teachers are not being re-employed in Limpopo, while on the other hand, they are being re-employed in Gauteng and Mpumalanga.
The ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates encouraging involvement of communities and organizations on matters of government. I so move.
Honorable members, that concludes notices of motion and the business for the day. The House is adjourned.